Rogue Esports, trying to find what angle they can, trying to find somebody out of position.
We're gonna go through on this. Oh, what a wall. They're gonna deflect. See White gonna go in.
It's going to be a really, really interesting one.
Oh my god. All of this competition could be so damn close, so I cannot wait for us to finally decide who's going to be the champion. We are expecting some chaos, some great moments.
Beast Mode has killed 3. Only gonna really need that rampage, so it's gonna clear it out. Santi gonna get themselves a big old 4K. Oh. Santi getting rid of 3, clearing out the house.
That is crazy.
Nunji actually kills 3 people.
This team feels entirely different on this faster composition. Now Saga4 is hanging around, getting onto the high ground. Post bomb's gonna stick under Leaky. They're not gonna be able to survive it at the end of the day. Manages to find a 3K.
Rio shoving this Ana into a corner. Woo! One more for the road for Rio.
That is all signs go. Melophobia with 3 Melophobia. Start the fight. They'll end the fight. Oh my god. Beagle Bus, they have to play aggressively into this energy. Popping off in a moment where you needed just that. Ruby in that backline. Oh, the flick. Looking for it. Oh my goodness. The 4th one as well. Do they get the ace? They get the ace. All right, it is time to crown a champion on the NA side. EU won by Gas T3 is not a job. There are 4 teams left over here on the North American side. It's time to wrap up the CGL GOATS tournament to start our year. And Soab, we have an incredible couple of games to get ourselves started here.
Yeah, Dex, this has been a wild, wild ride for these teams, particularly in this top end of the bracket. And, you know, everybody, you know, whether you love it or hate it, it's GOATS. There is a foundation and there's still a lot of, you know, just incredible play around it. Like I said, whether you hate it, whether you love it, there are some big brains and some middle teams participating in this CGL event. But, I mean, that's not all we do here, right?
No, it is not. I mean, hey, this is only getting our year started here at CGL. Coming up here in a couple of weeks, we'll have Kunoichi Rising Invitational Finals. That is going to be something that you are really not going to want to miss here. Kunoichi Rising, if you do not know what it is, it's basically taking that Calling All Heroes Rising, and this is going to be the championship of them here. It is a really fun thing to watch and a really fun thing that CGL puts on here, since they, like we said, don't have a championship of their own.
Yeah, and like, we want to support those lower brackets, right? Just because you're playing and not the main open tier doesn't mean you don't deserve to crown a championship as well. So kudos to the CGL and the XYBA crew for helping put that together. But wait, Dex, there's more. There's more going on at CGL, because we also just have our usual tournament going on here in a couple of weeks after that.
Yep, multi-tier tournament season 15 is almost upon us. You see that start date of February 3rd right there. I think you still have enough time to get your teams in if you want to participate. But, I mean, so I have a lot of excitement going on with this year. We have NA, EU, and now adding South American brackets. It is going to be an incredible time here, adding in that third
region, yeah.
Yeah,
third region, yeah. I got you. Yeah, the South America is going to be console only. So if you are a console if you are a CP player in whatever words are hard, Dex. I'm sorry, I'm excited for 2CP. Don't mind me. But if you are in South America, it is console only. So sorry. The other thing worth noting is that now, for us in a new turn of events, NA and EU are going to be full hybrid, so you can play with your friends on console. There's going to be no separation across the board on all of that, from the top open brackets down below. So lots of cool changes coming in. I've been here since it was just console only, and these changes, and I love the accessibility for it. You don't want to not be a part of this.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is always a big time of the year for us. Our seasons are always a lot of fun, and you are not going to want to miss it, whether you're playing or whether you are watching. February 3rd is going to be a really, really fun time. But I mean, we can look ahead to the future as much as we want, but we have to focus in here on the present. The 2 teams we have going up in our first matchup of the winners final will be Neptune's Nursing Home taking on 4th Impact. I mean, we'll have the winners final here. After this one, we will have the losers final, which we don't necessarily know who will be in that one just yet. It'll be the loser of this game here and the winner of, I believe it's Alternate Crusaders
Alternate Crusaders and
Salutations.
Salutations Guz.
I think that is correct.
Yeah, that looks to be the name's correct there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Alternate Crusaders and Salutations Guz already in that lower bracket, as you can see down there. So, and this is a tough winners. This is a tough like winners segment. Realistically, Neptune's nursing home is they've won through. They've dropped 2 games. Fourth Impact hasn't dropped a game. So, realistically, like this is going to be a banger. This is going to be a great opening game, especially when you look at who Fourth Impact had to fight through to get here. They've already beat Alternate Crusaders, and they beat Shikigami just before this. So it's not like this team isn't really tested and ready to go going into this winners finals.
Yeah, and like you said, Fourth Impact not even dropping a map throughout this entire tournament so far. Neptune's nursing home only, I think, dropped 2 so far. So you're seeing probably 2 of the best teams go at it here in this winners final. One team, though, will have to lose 3 in this one, but I mean, this could easily be a rematch of the grand finals here, but those 2 teams in that lower bracket might have something to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, our lower bracket teams are no joke either. Alternate Crusaders did fall already to Fourth Impact, so they kind of know what's ahead, and their teams down below, no slouches either. Obviously, a lot of work there, but Salutations Guzzi is, again, one of those other teams. They managed to beat Shikigami. They managed to beat some of these other big name teams, so when it comes to GOATs, it is a pretty level playing field, especially when you know what you're getting. You just have to kind of be better than the team.
Yeah, I mean, you have that slight variation, what you can't see at the tank line, at the support line, but you kind of know what the 6 are going to be at all times. You might have a little bit of variation depending on what map it is, but a lot of the time it's going to be the same 6. However, well, we might know what characters will we see. How about the players instead? First off, with Neptune's nursing home, your tank line is going to be Lava, Ship, and Horrorman. Juno, Neptune, and Jaywalker going to be your support line here. So, I mean, I've been able to watch this team a little bit throughout this tournament. They are just one of the scarier ones here.
I agree. They are just kind of a well-oiled machine, especially throughout most of their games that we've seen them through. Neptune, as the IGL and as the named leader, I guess, in this regard, clearly been showing that they can assemble, this, even if it is a bunch of old boomers that would rather be playing GOATs. So I do think that they have a very, very good chance. It's just going to come kind of the question of what does it look like when we get onto the...
Yeah, absolutely. But for their opponents on the other side, a team that has yet to even drop a single map in this tournament, would love to keep it that way as well. You have Evie, Ronin, and Leo as your tanks, Icy, Sniper, Lotus, and Hypno as your support line. And I mean, so I recognize some of these names, but the fact that this team has dropped 0 maps so far lets you know they might be that team everyone is kind of looking up at the moment.
Yeah, like these are a lot of names that I've seen across not just CGL, but across multiple of the GOATS events. This is our 4th year of, our 4th time around on this GOATS. So this is a veteran squad that has done this before. So you have to be concerned if you're going up against them. This is a team that knows exactly what they want to do, and they have been a dominant force going up into this bracket segment. So you really cannot give these guys any inch. They will take a mile.
Take a mile, take a couple hundred if you give them that as well here. But so GOATS is always a fun time of the year for us, but you kind of know what the map order is gonna be. We've had some surprises. I will say that we've had some surprises so far throughout the couple days that we have streamed this, but when in doubt, just go back to the classics and go back to everyone's favorite starting map, Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, I mean, this is inevitably the one that everybody scrims when you first look at Control. We used to see once upon a time maybe a couple different ones. Nepal kind of strikes me as the other one that really people maybe have some sort of fondness for, but it's always Lijiang. And I'd go even as far to say as Hybrid is going to be King's Row and the realm of like what we're going to see in the future, but focusing on Lijiang Tower, it is the one everybody scrims, it is the one everybody knows, and it is the one where if you've been kind of watching your feed and practicing and scrimming properly, you really do have to up these fights positionally where you cannot give up any space within choke points. You have to kind of make sure that you have space for your quote-unquote DPS, your Zarya, and your Brig to really get going. So it is going to come down to, I usually like to say the map can indicate a little bit of a ways that it's going to play out, but I don't think here it's going to make any difference.
No, not at all. And one thing we've always seen throughout the first couple, or at least, today and yesterday, it doesn't necessarily matter if you come out fast. So normally the other team that loses that first fight is able to come back and win that second one. But I think that's just what makes GOATS really fun is that, I mean, the first couple of fights without those ultimates are just really, really fun to watch. Once you get ultimates, though, I mean, they tune up a lot and they become incredible to watch.
They really have been. Like, just watching these squads come together and really kind of make the magic of GOATS work in a lot of these ways. So it really impressive. We are going to see the Zen, which was kind of where the meta had settled on before we started flipping DPS back in, which doesn't surprise me. It's going to be the Reinhardts. Rarely are we ever going to see that Winston get tried here, but Jaywalker and Hypno do have that very, very difficult position of making sure they get those orbs onto the Reinhardts, onto those main tanks, and making sure that they then stay alive and aren't one of those early picks, because then Yada is the most exploitable of this crew.
Yeah, that's why you normally see a lot of the times the teams will set up their Zenyatta so far away from everything that it really makes it a difficulty for that other team to necessarily even get close to it here. But right now you see Nursing Home trying to do whatever they can just to get in, especially with Eevee already kind of holding up that main choke, but now they're starting to be pushed back here a little bit, and they actually just have to rotate back out. They're not going to rotate back to the safety of their own spawn. However, they're just going to try to rotate a little bit towards the backdoor's point.
It makes sense. You don't want to give up all that space. You want to still make it contestable as the point unlocks.
Hardman going to be able to find our first pick of this series, but it's going to be Fourth Impact that caps the point here first. But they're down that Zarya, a very important character. You see the dive there on to that Zenyatta. However, the peel there for them is incredible. Ronin going to get punished for their dive and probably just have to take a dive off the map here. However, they're going to try to stick in this one here, get their mech back instead. Going to get booped away for a moment, not going to be able to keep anything up, but the rally coming out here from Icy Sniper. Fourth Impact does not want to lose this point here and now, but Neptune finding Hypno is going to be the thing that completely ends this fight.
Ooh, you traded that for Sound Barrier from Neptune too, so that's a very, very important trade. You are kind of losing out on an aggressive tool there, but getting Sound Barrier out is big going into the next fight. A lot of that was just set from the positioning of Fourth Impact there. They split up a little bit. You could see they were a little split, and it forced Neptune's Nursing Home to try to push and try to take advantage of that, which then allowed them to kind of pincer around it. With these ults coming on for Neptune's Nursing Home, though, they should just be able to out-firepower them. They need to get past Lotus's Sound Barrier, though. That's the only tool really standing in the way. There is a Transcendence, but that is going to get balanced out in the end. So the aggressive tools favor Neptune here.
Transcendence is there as well. I mean, you see Hardman does have that grab ready to go here, but we have seen a lot of those being eaten throughout the day so far, and that'd be a costly ultimate to lose right now if you're Neptune's Nursing Home. But there's the grab. Not going to be able to get eaten this time, but it does force out the Transcendence from the other side. The grab not going to be able to find anyone just yet. The Shatter, though, from Lava going to be denied by the shield there of Eevee, beat out from Lotus. Eevee has her own Shatter, going to throw it out there, only finding Lava and saying sayonara to them as they go off the map, and they will go flying off the map as well. Neptune with a huge boop kill right there will keep them in control of the point.
Yeah, as I say, at that point, we need to get out of the way for Fourth. Already at 60%, and that was pretty costly for both sides. That did commit both of their ults at Intimus, and meanwhile, Neptune's Nursing Home managed to hold onto this Diva Bomb. It's kind of a little bit of a tough use on its own, but it might be able to catch someone out. If nothing else, it's worth an extra life here. Fourth Impact with Leo here, they do have the Graviton Surge. They need to make sure they can get Ronin's Bomb here if they're going to put any sort of ults together to get a win and keep themselves alive on this first.
I mean, they're not far away from Bomb. They're not far away from Rally either. Neptune does have that beat online now, so Neptune's Nursing Home might be able to survive a little bit longer in the early part of this engagement. But what happens after that Bomb coming out here aggressively? Is it going to be able to find anyone? No, but you get rid of Icy Sniper, and Leo's out as well. The Rally, which is going to be almost up for them, is gone. Is there going to be even a touch here from Fourth Impact? Yeah, you do see Ronin and Lotus get there, but how much longer can they really do this bomb coming out for them here? Hardman taken out. Actually, Fourth Impact still very much in this fight here. Juno going to be able to find one there, but still, it looks like Neptune's Nursing Home might give up the point here, even though the kills are going back and forth and they're still contesting it.
They don't necessarily need to, but they're going to commit the rally in instead into that Shatter, and that is enough to clean it up for Fourth Impact. A huge turnaround keeps them alive. Again, this is that kind of a meta where the later ults will always win out. The less you use to win your fights will always benefit you down the road. So it is a tough spot to be in, especially when you look at Fourth Impact. Now they're holding the two support ultimates, and Neptune Nursing Home, you have a rally. You don't want to try to be using that defensively. So Fourth Impact, they need to keep stringing these wins along, and they have the tools to at least keep the next 1 to 2 alive.
I mean, they have two great support limits. They have a grab back here again. None of them been eaten so far, and this one is going to be the same. No eats allowed. Eevee is going to be able to take care of one, and Leo going to be able to take care of the other. This is exactly what you want for Fourth Impact. One ultimate invested and one team fight one.
I also respect Neptune's Nursing Home for just acknowledging, look, we got Grav, let's get out of here. These have to be dry fights, and we have to just pull what resources we can. We have time, but we need to not run out of it. They should be coming to two of those support ultimates. They're going to enter on the rally here. Watch for Hardman's Grab. That's going to be the most important decider in this fight.
Lotus is trying to rush their team back to point. They're able to do that right here. Ronan a little bit caught out there, but the bubble going to be able to keep them alive and kicking. There's a grab again. Not going to be Ian this time, but will force out the Transcendence. Icy Sniper going to be able to find Lava. They had a Shatter ready to go. Neptune's Nursing Home was looking so good at the start of this map, but now it's slowly all starting to fall apart from them. They do find Leo, though. Shatter, though, from Eevee does find two, but not going to be able to find anyone off of it here. Neptune's Nursing Home still very much in this one here, especially as they continue to find pick after pick. Eevee, though, going to be able to shut down Juno, but now they're being bullied in the corner. The Shatter coming out from Lava might just seal the deal for this point for them. And now with Ronan fallen, no more touches left here for Fourth Impact, as it will, they'll just get be picked off one by one. Seems like Neptune's Nursing Home going to be able to take our first point.
Yeah, and that's a great blow considering that is the first round loss to Fourth Impact. So you can string this. You're already looking to winning this map and putting them on their first loss. Neptune's Nursing Home just came back with stronger reinforcements, realistically. You know, you lost the fight a little bit earlier, you were able to stall it out, and it feels like I don't know, I'm watching this and it feels like the cleanup was just never really followed through for Fourth Impact. They were making great plays, but it feels like the target focus was really just kind of not there when they needed it. If you had been able to clean up those fights like you had in the previous one, you would have been able to close this out and win it. So a good kind of a wake-up call, I think, for Fourth Impact to recognize that we need to keep our focus up. We need to make sure we're all getting these same targets. This is supposed to be a comp about, you know, just running something down. And if you aren't running that team down, if you aren't running your target down, it's going to be a longer fight for you.
Absolutely, and no one's surprised. No swaps at all from either side here. I mean, the Ana is a choice that I could see it coming out at some point, but I just think the Zen is so much stronger than them at all points right now. But you do see Fourth Impact. They're trying to play around the point and really forcing Neptune's Nursing Home to play in that control room up there. I like this play from them to start off.
I think it's the right call. You're giving yourself enough coverage and versus the very open plot, but you really have to make sure you can get the target like that Hypno there.
I mean, that's not how Fourth Impact wanted that to go. You lose Ronan's mech, and basically this fight is over for them. Yeah, they're still alive, but it's not going to be for very long here.
Yeah, I mean, once you lose one of your supports, especially something like Discord Orb, you're kind of basically done. So a lot of that success was from Neptune's Nursing Houses, their position, and they're going to do it again here. They're going to try to play into the choke, give themselves as much coverage to try to get some chip damage in and build the rest of these ults. So, disengaging from when Fourth Impact pushes through is going to kind of show us a lot of how Neptune's is going to play this sub-map.
I mean, this is a very normal thing to see on this point here. And they're basically telling or having Fourth Impact choose, are you going to go through this way, or are you going to go the little bit longer route to point and force us just kind of follow you up there? They want to go through main here right now. Ult is about to come online for Neptune Nursing Home, so they do have a little bit of a chance here to be a little bit more aggressively than Fourth Impact, but instead, I mean, they're going to just invest the rally and go in a nice boop there by Neptune, going to force Leo to be exiting this fight, and same thing with the rest of their team. The only difference is Leo is dead and back in spawn.
Great play from Neptune there. That is the hardest part of that Lucio role. You'd think it's just managing the speed, but no, it's making sure you can get the displacement on the Reinhardt. That frees up so many different, for the different points for the rest of your team to take success. And to win that fight without really committing an ult, you committed Rally is a huge, huge benefit for them. They're at 60%, which means they can hold this choke and they can build even more time off of this so it comes to one fight.
Good old switcheroo coming out there from Fourth Impact. Neptune's Nursing Home bit on it there. Shatter coming out from Eevee will find three. The grab, though, isn't going to be even enough to do anything here. No, it's not. It's a wasted ultimate out as well. This old switcheroo working like a charm for Fourth Impact. And sayonara to ship right there as we got an Ajax as well.
Yeah, look, for all the praise I was giving Neptune, you are not invulnerable to the Ajax. So, again, this is why the positioning matters in this comp. You have to make sure you're controlling not just these angles that give you a little bit more coverage and protection, but you have to make sure you are keeping yourself safe here.
bomb coming out here. Not going to be able to find anyone. The beat now from Lotus. Not going to be Ajax. His fourth impact looks to hold on this point. Nice grab. Captures everyone. Shatter out from Lava. Not going to do enough here. The bomb, though, from Ronin. Not going to be able to find anyone. Nursing Home also going to be able to retake the point here. But just the cleanup here is going to be everything they need. Nursing Home just did not have enough in this fight after that Transcendence went away. Fourth impact. Going to be able to hold on.
They kind of threw the Transcendence in to make sure they could test as long as they did into it. So fourth impact now. A little bit leading in the ult charge across the board. They'll have a Shatter. And they are behind in the rally. But overall, like, Eevee with this Shatter could be enough. There's nothing on the other side to really stop it other than Lava Shield. So this Shatter is going to decide this fight here, Dex.
The fourth impact has to play a little bit slower here. Hypno died very early or late in that fight, depending on how you look at it. So they have to wait for them like that. Shatter comes out, going to be able to only land onto 2 there. No confirmed kills just yet, but a charge. They're not going to be able to find anything as Hardman's bubble going to be able to keep them alive and kicking Rally, though, coming out here from Icy Sniper as they just try to keep their team alive. Both rallies out on the field, but Eevee going to be the first casualty of this engagement, and Nursing Home looking just to push fourth impact back. Beat now coming out from Neptune. Not going to be Ajax this time as fourth impact looking like they're just going to try to completely back up off this, and they kind of have to, but they have to invest as well. I mean, you don't have a lot more percentage to give here.
No, this is still coming down. We're now into last fight territory at 90 and 80, and Hardman and Leo both have grabs with Hypno the only one on the way. This grab could just kind of decide it, but it is going to get blocked out there. Self-destruct is available, but it's probably going to be too late, Dex.
Fourth impact going to be able to find a couple kills here. Going to be able to get back to point. Bomb coming out here from Ship. Not going to be able to get back in the mech, and that's a little bit of a mistake there by them. I understand what you were trying to do, but that fight was lost. You just lost a huge ultimate on their side.
Yeah. You probably might have wanted that back. You are coming into so many of your other ultimates, though. You have your Trance, you have Rally. So you have 4 going into this last fight, and if you've been tracking, you only know that there's Rally for fourth impact. You should be able to overwhelm, but you have to make sure not to get split up on the touch here.
A touch going to come out there from Nursing Home to keep this overtime alive. Transcendence coming out from Jaywalker a little bit early here as they try to get something going. Rallies out from both sides. Bomb now out from Ronin. Doesn't find anyone.
So
yes,
high.
It finds too high up in the sky. Shatter from Lava might be a saving grace here as it does find 2 of their own. Shatter from Eevee not going to be able to find anyone back there. But still, fourth impact does have the slight advantage here, but you do see just the respect both these teams have to give here. The Reinhardt's going at each other, swinging the hammers, the shields up, the bubbles up on each of them here. Each team is looking for that next pick here. The Lucios almost have their beats. Lotus gonna pop theirs. Neptune gonna pop theirs as well. It's ultimates galore here. It's every team just trying to get something here.
Grab is coming up for Leo. There's nothing in the way they can make it back, and Jaywalker had to go to the Moira just to even contest.
And the grab comes out. It was Ship that lost their mech just before that. So the grab was free. Fourth impact going to be sending us to a winner-take-all .3. And so I think this is exactly what we expected from these 2 teams here.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 teams who have been playing so well made it this far into the winner's bracket. Knowing what's on the line and one of those spots in the grand finals, I wouldn't have expected anything less. But I do think I'm generally just impressed by the play, not just the macro play, but the micro play. Hardman jumping in the way of that pin actually saved that last fight. Knew he had a bubble available, but decided, look, I can eat this pin. Let me bubble myself, jump in the way, and eat the pin. Saved from that Shatter. I had called it. If Eevee Shatter had hit and someone gotten picked there, it would have been over, but Hardman really kind of made the day on that micro decision. So it's gonna really come down to these individual moments that we've been seeing. Whoever kind of makes the first error is going to get punished.
And I think that's one of the fun things about GOATs is that you can get punished very, very easily here just by one slight mistake. Leo, though, very low on health, has to completely back out. Where's the support there? Lotus going to be able to boop Jaywalker off the map there. And now without the Zenyatta on the other side, you can see this fourth impact team play a little bit more aggressively. That is exactly what you see them do there. The Zen out of the fight. Hey, everyone's about to be out of the fight here for Nursing Home as well.
Ooh. You're gonna stagger out the Diva, yeah. The Zen is the weaker piece, and arguably kind of one of those ones you can survive a fight without, just because you lose Discord onto the Reinhardt. But that just means that the Reinhardt without the Discord is just safe to kind of sit there with their shield up and provide, you know, that angle for fire for their team, and then swing when it's ready. Still a very dry fight though, Dex. Fourth Impact is leading in ultimates, and Lotus does have their sound barrier online. An aggressive sound barrier on this push could mean that they just overwhelm here coming through White Room, and you can see it. There's a setup. The Reinhardt has the inside angle.
Yeah, but Neptune gonna be the first one to die here, Juno, as well. I don't even think you invest the beat now. You've basically already won this fight, so now, I mean, Fourth Impact is gonna have 4 or 5 ultimates ready for this next engagement. When you look at Neptune's nursing home, I mean, there are some that haven't even crossed that 50% barrier.
Yeah, I mean, Neptune is so far behind in Jaywalker, and that tells you that there's a combination of not enough damage from them and not enough healing getting output, meaning Fourth Impact are completing those kills so much faster than any of the healing can come out. It is a lot of burst group healing for Neptune's nursing help, but it means that they're also, the supports are getting picked first, and there's not healing available. That's great for Fourth Impact.
Oh, there's our first 8 of the night, and Leo is going to be the unfortunate one. However, on the other side, Hardman's grab going to be able to come out. The Transcenso from Hypno going to be able to keep everyone except Eevee alive, but that might be all you really need in this fight if you're Fourth Impact, just to find that one pick there. You turn into the beat from Lotus, now the beat from Neptune. Bomb out from Ship, not going to be able to find anyone but Eevee, going to be able to find Ship. The Shatter out from Eevee, will find 2. Eevee gets booped off the map into a watery grave, but hey, they can still celebrate. Their team won that fight, and I mean, we might be looking at final fight here.
Yeah, to say this is coming into final fight, and you didn't commit every single piece of resource you have here. You have Ronin's self-destruct, which is probably not going to get incredible value. You can still burst through Walker's Transcendence, so you know, depending on where you place Ronin's bomb, this could be enough to close it out here. And depending on how you isolate like that, because there's a D.Va on the road.
I mean, there's no mech. D.Va's gone now for the side of Neptune's nursing home. Fourth Impact showing us why right now they've not dropped the map so far this entire tournament. Grab bomb out there, not going to be able to find anything, but they are doing what they need to, getting rid of some ultimates on the other side. Neptune going to be able to find Eevee, but the cleanup is there for Fourth Impact, and they keep their map streak alive, winning a very, very close map 1.
That's a pretty good indicator of how Fourth Impact got here on an undefeated streak. I mean, they looked very, very clean throughout the majority of it. The mistakes in the lost submap, you know, call it rust, call it, you know, just a warm-up shakes, whatever you want to do, but they still looked very, very good in that loss, and pushing to all 3 from both teams tells me that these guys, they have a lot of fight in them. They know what they're doing. We've seen some errors come through, but it's on the end of it. Fourth Impact really has been capitalizing a little bit more on those individual mistakes. When someone overextends a little too far, when a Reinhardt puts their shield on at the wrong time, when someone's just a little bit out of position, Eevee sees the shatter and takes advantage of it.
Yeah, and he talked about it here. Rust for these 2 teams, I mean, it's their first match of the day. I imagine, yeah, they might have practiced a little bit, but it's very hard to find probably another team that can go head-to-head with you for GOAT's practice here. But just a good start for both these teams. Yeah, Neptune's nursing home lost, and honestly, I mean, it was 9-9-9-9 on the first 2 points and 100-0 on that last point. So Fourth Impact definitely figured something out. And I mean, again, we just kind of talked about there, the slight mistakes that we saw from each team was the thing that really hurt both of them here, and it hurt Neptune's nursing home, especially on that 3rd point, losing that Zenyatta very early in that first fight.
Yeah, again, it comes down to the positioning. That's such a major part of this GOAT comps, is making sure your Reinhardt, you know, is protected, but also making sure your supports are in a safe enough spot that they can't just get kind of poked down from an off angle or run through like that, because the counterpoint to that is the focus fire, right? If you are out of position and your opponent team calls that out, they will punish you out. And this is, again, this is that trap section like I was talking about, right? If you have, you know, enough angles to enough crossfire, if you walk them right into the center of your death ball, like Fourth Impact did there in that white room, you just kind of win these fights without having to commit anything. You cannot protect all of those angles. That's why these walls and the angle and the place you take these fights ends up being so important.
Yeah, it really does. But I mean, this is going to be a really, really fun series to watch throughout here, because I imagine Neptune's nursing home is going to be able to bounce back here. I just noticed that Lava didn't expect to live there.
Oh, I don't think so.
No, they did not. They even kind of looked down surprised, saying like, wait, I'm alive? But I mean, hey, it's GOATs. It's going to be very back and forth, especially with these 2 teams here, as we kind of talked about. This is what we expect from this series. Yeah. I mean, if this were to be a 3-0 sweep, keeping, at this point, Fourth Impact's map streak alive, I would be incredibly surprised here. But so as we normally see here with GOATs, you did bring up the fact that we did see the Moira there as a touching tool, but didn't necessarily have a lot of time to really show them off. Probably will be the most time we actually see the Moira here throughout the night. However, we talked about it already. We touched on it. Where do you think we're going, Soab?
Just put it up. Just put it up. I don't want to say
Okay, chat, say it with me.
I don't know.
Kings Row.
Yeah, the home of GOATs. Again,
can't-
like unshocking. Unshocking.
I can't. I
Unshocking.
can't wait. I can't wait to do that. And then next series we have Numbani.
I would welcome Numbani, but I don't.
Hey,
think that we're
Numbani
replacing-
is a good map. I
think
don't
it
know
is.
what everyone else is saying with it being terrible. No, it's a good map. Y'all just don't like fun.
I look. While I'm inclined to agree with you, Dex, because I also enjoy fun. I do have to say, like, this is kind of one of those places historically when you look back, like this is arguably the birthplace of goats. This is where EU ran quad tank and trying to figure out how do we get the full advantage of the tank and all these beefy characters. This is kind of that place where people started experimenting with it. So it is, as much as I disdain seeing Kings Row every single time, it is only fitting in a winners finals and in the later section of these brackets that we see Kings Row. So I am not a staunch Kings Row defender, but in this case, I will say, Dex, this is correct. But
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna argue with you there. Kings Row is, I mean, is the
it's the best for it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the best for it. And I mean, going back to that bar shot that we had there has come in. That is probably where Gas T3 is not a job is celebrating at the moment here. But I mean, one of these teams still looking to celebrate here tonight. Again, we know what the metas are. We know what the compositions are going to be. Just what do you want to see here from Neptune's Nursing Home?
I think when it comes to here for Neptune's Nursing Home, I really want to see them play it a little bit slower and try to keep it a little bit tighter as a formation. I think a lot of the things that's really, you know, the moments we saw their success is when Neptune kind of forced a boop, or when we saw them, you know, kind of get Fourth Impact into a position where they were really successful. So I really want to see Neptune's Nursing Home try to figure out where do we want to set these attack points and where do we want to take these fights, and then follow up on that and not let Fourth Impact decide where we're fighting.
And I mean, you see Neptune's Nursing Home right now, just, you know, playing around the statue. That's kind of what you see a lot of the time here. And Fourth Impact trying to decide what's the way to go here. I mean, they want to try to catch someone out of place here, but eventually they have to commit into something. And Eevee gonna be taking a lot of the damage there to get everything started. They will be the first one to actually fall. Yeah, you lose Ship's mech. Juno taken out as well. Fourth Impact actually still in this fight here, even down Eevee, and this is something we saw a decent amount last map as well. Yeah, you might lose the Rhine, but hey, if you find everyone else, it doesn't necessarily matter.
Yeah, I mean, Eevee got a little bit aggressive there and took a little bit too far forward, but I think the correct thing they did was then go, okay, Eevee's just stepped too far overextended, we're dead. All the resources go into our next thing, which is focusing fire while they're focusing down. Some teams will get really focused in on just killing the Reinhardt and thinking if you win the Reinhardt, we were in the fight. No, you don't. And now when you look at the, there's not even a touch in time because now Eevee's back at the attacker's advantage here, and now they have a full set of 4 ultimates because they turned around and said we are going to win by aggression and damage as opposed to just kind of taking the lost fight from our Rhine and our main tank falling. They should be able to snowball this. The ultimates on board mean that they just last in any sort of a longer fight, and that snowballed off the fact of that initial point.
And they kind of have to go a little bit faster now if they want to try to snowball.
Yeah.
I mean, Neptune's coming close to a beat here. The grab could be something that, you know, forces it out, but then you have Jaywalker right there as well. Grab actually could come out from Leo right there, beat out, going to be able to keep everyone alive. Instead, though, Ship will actually get demech'd. The beat now coming out from Lotus, as you do see Fourth Impact here doing exactly what you said, just trying to snowball, and snowball, man, they will.
Yeah, it was a little bit, I would say it wasn't that costly. You did use your beat and your grab there, so pretty good going, knowing what's ahead, especially now that you have all this space. Like, that was the best case, and you kind of alluded to it. They want to push the tempo here. You cannot let Neptune's Nursing Home get set up. The second they get set up and they get kind of in their position, they will, you know, catch Eevee out. Eevee has unfortunately been multiple of the first picks, so Neptune's Nursing Home is kind of realizing, look, let's just get this Reinhardt out of position, and then we win the fight. If we can displace them and punish that, we win.
Grab right here for a hard manage to see him pushing in. Fourth Impact
Great
has to
disengage,
back up.
wow.
I love
Great
that
disengage.
from them there. I mean, they know they don't have a lot to go into this fight, and they have to imagine that Neptune's Nursing Home has a lot. Bomb?
Yeah. Bomb?
Bomb finds
Oh my goodness,
too!
bomb!
The bomb finds
Bomb?
too, and I mean, you had 2 ultimates right there being taken out. The Transcendence be damned. Fourth Impact comes in with a huge ultimate to start off.
I mean, Trance does not save you from self-destruct. That's kind of the one thing it doesn't do, unfortunately.
Or a headshot.
Or a headshot, yeah, that too. But the other part to that is, I don't know if you were watching, but Eevee was, Lava was separated there. Lava was on the outside, on the far side of that touch, so wasn't able to protect with the shield, which is the other key defending point you need for it.
Interesting share there by Eevee, not going to be able to find anyone, but now Leo popping their second grab of this map already, and you're seeing the cleanup come in spades. 3, 4, 5, and 6 going to be soon to follow here. Actually, nope, only going to be 5. Neptune able to run away.
For now. Good for Neptune's nursing home, though. They did pull 2 more very important ults out of that fight. So they have an advantage here. They have Shatter Bomb if they can make it work. It's probably going to, you have to make him do the head turn. You have to hit him with the head fake here. It's the only way you get an advantage.
There's one part of it. It will find Leo, but you still do have that Shatter ready to go here. And looks like Neptune's nursing home already going to be backing up. Actually, no, going in because that 4th impact going to be backing up because they've lost 2.
Yeah, at that point, yeah, again, that's we've seen that out of them though, right? Like they recognize, okay, this is a lost fight. Let's get out. Let's do the right thing. Let's not waste time. So 4th impact, very disciplined in that regard. And then after that efficient win from Neptune's nursing home, it's Shatter and Trance and Sound Barrier coming up for them on this defense. So it's going to be difficult to get the advantage versus the suite of support ults.
Oh, I love the play from Juno there, making sure that Eevee's shield would not be up for that. Shatter already leads to 2. Ronan just throws themselves into the pit of despair, and even Eevee saying, well played to that play right there, because it was a great one indeed.
Yeah, that was very, very good. So Neptune's nursing home off the back of this great positioning around the corner and this coverage is doing very, very well. Again, just using ult efficiently. Didn't commit anything more than the Shatter to do that. They have their full 3 support ultimates up. The longer fight will favor them, but Ronan's self-destruct is kind of the difference maker here. If this catches anybody out, it'll probably win. Never mind. It was just gone.
And Lotus popping that beat right there. Imagine you want it back now. Already down Leo here. We've seen 4th impact win without a tank in the past, but I think this is a little bit of a different scenario. Bomb those still finds 2! You cannot allow that to happen if you're Neptune's nursing home. 4th impact can now come back in with a fury and try to clean up this fight even faster now. Lava seems to be the next target, but Jaywalker gonna be able to keep them alive here. Transcendence coming out from both sides at the moment. The bomb gonna be forced out here from Ship as they look to get back into their mech, and they're gonna be able to safely do that here. So, I mean, with an explosive opening there from 4th impact, you're not able to clean it up. Instead, it's Lava taking... it's Lava falling off the map there because of Ronan. Hardman falling as well. Ronan, though, gonna get DMAC over this fight. Already looks like it's over.
It's been a long fight, but it's been pretty, like you said, it is winding down. It is going to go the way of 4th impact. Just because they simply were able to kind of live a lot of those ultimates that were thrown in the way. The boop at the end really kind of sealing it. But Neptune's nursing home just unfortunately kind of missed that. Lava really been out of position to block those self-destructs has been so detrimental.
Leo gonna be able to find 2 there, and those are 2 huge picks, especially after losing Hypno. Allows you to play into this fight a little bit more here. The Shatter get out from the outside will find 2. Eevee pops their own to keep those 2 members alive here. Lava gonna be taken out by Lotus, and you do see our Ship trying to come back in to get a touch. They're gonna be able to do that right there, but the numbers for 4th impact are few and far too many for Neptune's nursing home to deal with. They will finish the map with a solid 99 seconds in that time bank.
That is pretty solid from the side. I believe that's, we'll see what happens in that in a second. I think that might be a disconnect, but that is a very solid run from 4th impact. I think they looked very, very dominant here. They only dropped maybe a fight or 2 at that C point, and I think that really tells you a lot about what this team is looking for, and that's going to be the theme of the day up from that bomb right there. Is Lava? Look, I hate to rag on Reinhardt's in this meta because it is such a tough job, but Lava was just consistently, time and time again, out of position to block those self-destructs for their team. Here you'll see it again. Just the 2 get out of the way to try to get there, and Lava just needed to kind of sidestep out of the way with shield up to block that. And it's that kind of a small decision, a small out of place positioning that really ends up, kind of breaking your team in these long goats fights.
I'm sorry, I just noticed for the first time that Lava decided just to spin once they realized they were off the map right there.
Yep.
Seems like we're going to be in a little bit of a pause break right here so Ship can get back in. But I mean, like you said, that's kind of what we expect to see from the Bombs this entire series, probably the entire rest of the night here. I mean, they're not really the element of surprise. You know when they're going to be coming here. And a lot of the times it's going to be comboing with something like you said. There's the throw the bomb, hit the Shatter, and hope the bomb still finds a couple there, which we might have actually saw there from Neptune's nursing home late in that round, but they didn't do the Shatter. Instead, they just let the bomb go. It still found 1, but it was enough for them to actually win that fight.
Yeah, sometimes you need to know when you need to put your ult combos together or when you just need to, just put something out there. Sometimes the threat of a self-destruct is enough to make an error that you can capitalize on. And that was really the case for that. You send the self-destruct out, is the Reinhardt out of position because someone might die to that bomb if that's the case. If the Reinhardt's not out of position, well, it gives you a chance to kind of punish the Reinhardt because they have to keep their shield up. When you are playing the Reinhardt, when you're that main tank position, it becomes so important to manage your shield and know when you have to be defensive and be aggressive. So this kind of push and pull of when to play passive, when to go aggressive is really difficult to manage. It's why I said it. I don't want to rag on Lava because this is not an easy spot to be in. But when you've let that happen twice, that is something you got to change because that is exploitable time and time again. Just to say, look, let's isolate Lava, get them out of position, and send a bomb in. That is a free win off of something that should not be.
Yeah, it is absolutely not here. What is with all?
What on earth?
What? Okay, get ready, y'all.
Sure, sure.
That's a new bug. But yeah,
Interesting.
Look at the difference here though between the two teams and how they're playing this first engagement. Yeah, I mean the Rhines are in the same spot, but fourth impact. I mean, they had the majority of their team kind of separated when it was Neptune's nursing home on defense. They were all kind of close together.
Yeah, it's really now forcing Neptune's nursing home to really kind of decide, can we just deathball somebody? Whereas the D.Va can now swoop in and kind of protect. Ship goes very deep. That I'm not sure about.
I mean, they're going to find Hypno, but they will lose their mech here and probably their life. Yeah, Ronan can take care of them here, but I mean, yeah, losing Junior, you're going to have to completely back up off this. You might have been able to get a Zenyatta on the other side, but losing one of your tanks and one of your supports is just not enough here to keep yourself alive.
Yeah, I don't like that. That's the second or third time I've seen that, and I don't like it simply because it leaves you vulnerable. Yeah, you can complete the kill into the Zenyatta, but you're immediately trading one of your most important defensive elements out there, and that is the defense matrix.
Ronan going to lose their mech here early on, so if you're Neptune's nursing home, this might be a good chance for you to play a little bit more aggressive, knowing that there is not a D.Va on the other side you have to deal with. Now Leo, though, almost gets taken out right there, but still just a nice couple boops coming out there from the Ryan to keep everyone alive. Hardman, though, will find Leo, will find Eevee, Lava, making sure they get their name in that kill feed, and it looks like fourth impact going to be able to cap this point, and hell, you're going to be able to force everyone on fourth impact to have those long spawns.
Yeah, that's big. That is a big swing. Everybody else. The unfortunate thing is you're letting a lot of them get out, particularly Leo, who's going to keep that charge. They'll lose a ton of it in the downtime, but you really wanted to try to complete the kill onto Zarya to get that charge out. That's where most of the DPS comes on. They'll disengage back while Ship brings the Ship, I guess, up to the front, but you can't take this fight 5v6 here. You have to fully disengage back to point. I don't like this corner hold, but if they do want to make their stand here, it has to be a good stand.
They do have some ultimates that they could use here to try to, keep that stand alive, but fourth impact is quickly coming up to the ones of their own. Grab out here, Shatter out, not gonna be able to find anything. Now the Shatter from the other side, gonna be able to find 4 feet coming out from Neptune to keep everyone alive, but there's the grab from Leo, trapping everyone from Neptune's nursing home in its grasp, and now you see everyone fall one by one like dominoes.
Not sure about that shatter from Lava Dex. It was a good thought. We had 2 cornered. I don't know that we even needed the shatter there though, and I think that was again one of those kinds of moments where we're target focusing, maybe committing too many ultimates, maybe committing wrong, but the rest of the team didn't necessarily focus that down. That would have been a great spot to focus up and get that, but now you'll see fourth impact hold here on the front and just find a target to burn down like the Zenyatta. Beautifully done. And
that's something we've seen a lot here, but Ronan's actually really not being punished. They will get punished now, but half of the team for nursing home already gone, make it 2/3, and Ronan gonna be able to safely get back into that mech, and now, so it's just about eating some clock away.
Yeah, this is trying to burn off as much time. You only will typically get, 2 fights realistically if you aren't playing this close spawn hold. So just trying to get as much time as you can, especially since fourth impact, I don't believe has all 6 back. Oh, wow!
5-man shatter! Yeah, the transcendence is there to keep Neptune's nursing home alive, but a 5-man shatter is still a 5-man shatter. Eevee finds Hardman, and hey, so I think this fight is over here. Eevee might fall here, but still, you're seeing a cleanup already come for fourth impact, and that is exactly how you wanted that fight to go.
That is everything you wanted out of that and more, considering fourth impact has a high charge. Zarya is still firing away, still beaming up, Graviton in hand. and you're holding these spawns very, very well. This is not easy to do. Fourth Impact, there's nothing in the way. They should be able to win past this support ultimates as long as the grab catches.
The grab does catch some there. Rally's coming out. Bomb now coming out from Ship. Gonna be thrown in a good spot, but only gonna be eaten by the shield and a bubble there. But that does force Fourth Impact back here a little bit, but they want to stick in this fight. Beat coming out now from Lotus as they look to just try to force Nursing Home back a little bit. Beat now coming out from Neptune as they want just to try to get something going here as the cart is already almost all the way back at point 1. Remember how far they pushed it up before this? That's what a minute and a half does here, but looks like they're finally able to break this close hold. But will they be able to win this next fight? Lava does have a shatter ready to go here, looking though to find some value with it this time.
They may not even need it. You did get the D.Va out, so it's going to be a disengage now from Fourth Impact, and assuredly we do not try to throw ultimates into an already won fight like this.
I mean, you might try here if you see the opportunity, because it will force them back even further. Grabs are going to come out here from Hardman. You do see the Transcendence on the other side. Shatter, though, from Eevee does find 4 yet again, and there's not someone you want to see fall early if you're Neptune's Nursing Home. They had a Shatter ready to go. That could have been fight winning, but now it might just be the tool that you, or the reason you might be backing out of this one, but they're going to stick in it.
They're going to try to fight this, and Fourth Impact's engages and disengages have really dictated the way these fights have turned out in the end. I see a Lucio isolated there. Can they catch him out?
No, they're not going to be able to use those wall riding abilities. Goes back to safety, but Ronin is in the back line there a little bit. They have a bomb coming up online here. Grab as well from Leo coming out. Shatter from Lava, not going to be able to find anyone. The grab, though, is there. The bomb isn't going to be able to find anything. It finds one. The beacon to be able to keep enough people alive, but it's only going to keep them alive for mere seconds. Ship, the only one to run away. Same with Neptune, but Fourth Impact yet again find a fight win, and looks like they're trying to go back to those spawn doors.
I mean, this is final fight now and at the under a minute mark, and considering the cart is got some progress out of the way, and earlier any sort of space they give on that is going to be huge. That was such a long fight though, Dex, that we were coming back around into ultimates here, and I see Lotus leading the way on the sound barrier versus Hardman's grab and the self-destruct from Ship. So if Neptune's Nursing Home can win past Lotus's sound barrier, this should be their fight and they should stay alive, but it's going to come down to Lotus here as a real kind of decision maker.
Right now, the bomb going to come out here from Ship very early on. Eevee going to try to play aggressively, but they do lose Icy Sniper. They were not far away from a rally. Eevee falls as well there. Neptune's Nursing Home, I mean, they might still be very much in this fight. Leo does find Jaywalker, so no Transcendence, so Fourth Impact might see a little bit of an opening, but no. With Lotus falling there, followed by Ronin, you just have to back up and give up point 2 to Nursing Home.
There might be one, as I said, no, it doesn't look like we're going to get the 6 in time to contest here. Yeah, I think you're still fine with that, though, for Fourth Impact. Like, you know, you're trying to play for the longer fight. After all, you don't need to stop them earlier to win. You just need to stop them from getting to the end here. They'll save both of their support ultimates and have 4 total for them. Against Jaywalker's grab, or against Jaywalker's trance, this is going to be, this goes them. This should go their way.
4 or 5 ultimates already out already. Boop almost coming out there, almost netting 2, but not going to be able to find anyone just yet. Transcendence from Jaywalker to keep everyone alive here. No one falling for either side at the moment. Jaywalker, though, might be the first casualty, but no, it's Leo on the other side. And Neptune's Nursing Home, I mean, if they can find one more pick here, it'll be enough to force Fourth Impact back, but you lose Hardman instead. I mean, it's still anyone's fight at the moment. Ship is trying to do what they can, but each team playing very passively at it here.
Yeah, we know we've got losses and we're waiting for those ults. Lotus now with the sound barrier matched by Neptune's. It's going to come down to the next ults that come in. Ronin has a bomb, but Lava has the self-destruct. Self-destruct should get more value.
Bomb coming out here, not going to be able to find anyone. Everyone from Neptune's Nursing Home was able to get safely around corners. Rally, though, came out there from Juno, who did die. Jaywalker does find Lotus. Shatter, though, from Eevee finds 3, and that is what you're looking for. If you're Fourth Impact, it's a cleanup and a half, and Ship gonna be just decked there.
Not sure what Lava was really looking for on that Shatter. They've been holding it for that long fight now and a little bit more. Just kind of looks like they're waiting for the right moment, but you have to kind of throw it when you get the chance here.
Well, hey, you got your chance. You find 4. And hey, look at that. You do have someone touching the cart. Lava going to find Eevee, but Lotus is back to try to take care of Neptune. Ship going to be able to keep this overtime wick alive here as kills are being traded back and forth. Bomb coming out here from Ship. Not going to be able to find anyone, but Ship will get themselves taken out. Neptune's Nursing Home playing very split at the moment, and I mean literally only 2 members of the cart or that team still left on the cart. Make it 1, make it none. 4th Impact gonna put themselves on to series point here.
Well fought and well deserved. Again, they opted to try not to win it out on B and just decided, look, we're just gonna win in the longer fights. They've consistently won time and time again when fights go longer and when it gets really scrappy about that. They know when they extend the fights out and kind of push and catch Neptune's Nursing Home off guard, kind of don't give them a chance to set up to win that. So 4th Impact is doing a great job of recognizing their win conditions and also how to apply and approach those win conditions, what they need to do, like what the plan is to get to those.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, we talked about it a little bit after the first round, some still slight mistakes hurting Neptune's Nursing Home. And I mean, we talked about Ryan is probably one of the most difficult characters to play in this one because one misclick or, you know, looking the wrong direction could end up killing your entire team, and that's something that Lava has not been the best on so far, but they definitely looked really improved in that second round. But still, you still have to question some of the play coming out for them, holding on to shatters for maybe a little bit longer than what they should. I mean, this is GOATS. You get your ultimates back very, very quickly.
Yeah, and this is kind of the other thing about GOATs, right, is, you know, it's not necessarily just about, you know, yeeting them in there when you get that. Like you said, like you want to build them as fast as you can, but you also want to make sure you get value out of them. We saw Neptune's Nursing Home sometimes commit 2 and 3 ultimates into a fight for very little value. It really kind of comes down to these micro abilities. You really have to look to, is my Diva, you know, getting enough boops? Is my Lucio getting boops? Are we displacing the team that we can get full value out of this? In a perfect world, you would get, you know, more value out of your ultimates with less, you know, with less of them, only maybe committing the shatter, maybe only committing that. So you really have to then kind of look and say, what is my team doing to help set up this when I only have shatter, when I only have graviton surge?
Yeah, absolutely. But hey, they're going to have a little bit of time here right now to try to figure out all the problems here, get that rush shaken off as we're going to throw it to a quick 5-minute break. But then once we come back, we'll be heading to our 3rd and potentially final map of this series. Everyone, stick around. You're not going to want to miss it. All right, welcome back, everybody. So far, Fourth Impact keeping their map dropless streak alive here. I mean, 2 up in the series, 1 map away from locking themselves into the grand finals, but it has been back and forth here. Neptune's Nursing Home has been able to make it interesting so far, but so have, as we kind of talked about after last map, those small mistakes that we're seeing have really been hurting Neptune's Nursing Home.
Yeah, and this is where what seems like a really easy comp on paper really does require an 80-page thesis to understand the depths of, because knocking a single tank out of position or seeing a support maybe have a Discord on the wrong spot at the wrong time or using your boop on the wrong enemy really does make a difference in the big picture. So that's where we have to look to the maps to try to balance out and be the great equalizer. But it's hard to do that when we kind of already know where we're going to go, Dex.
Yeah, that's the thing. But speaking of knowing where we're going to go, we do know what our third map will be, and it will be Rialto here. Quick side note. So did Spec share with you that the thesis of GOATs?
Oh, that's been around since forever. I remember seeing that thing when it first came out. I read part of it, and it is a very fascinating read, but I do not suggest wasting your time on that simply because it's fascinating, not worth your time.
It's not worth your time anymore.
Not
it's
anymore.
Not worth it.
Yeah.
70 pages of GOATs is insane, but Rialto here, and as we were kind of talking about in the break a little bit, this is what map we kind of expected to see, and so well, I would love to see Fourth Impact keep their streak alive here with not dropping a map. I kind of want to see them drop a map.
Yeah, look, I think there's
for
nothing
selfish
wrong.
reasons.
Yeah,
for selfish reasons.
Look, I think it's fine to look. I love a good underdog. I think we all want Neptune's Nursing Home to just kind of take their walkers and beat Fourth Impact into the Fifth Impact, and I think that that's very reasonable. But I think with how we've been playing, it's a little difficult to kind of say it's a definitive either way. I think it's going to be similar to King's Row, where we're going to see a very, very close one time around and save everybody from the peril that is the assault method.
What's wrong with assault?
Oh, nothing. I love it, but I know everybody else hates it. I would much rather have seen Volskaya or Hanamura than this, but I understand what the people want, Dex.
And the people are wrong. Okay, the people.
You know what
wrong,
isn't wrong though? Fourth Impact probably playing for that grand final spot, because with no changes and no real things to think about, like they've been cruising. They're cruising right into that fourth spot.
Yeah, and I mean it's been very easy for them, it seems. I imagine there have been teams that have given them tough maps. I mean, we've already seen one already this series, but Neptune's Nursing Home gonna have to turn around here on Rialto, but it looks like Fourth Impact can be going the opposite strategy from last map and defending first here.
I don't hate the defend first. I don't hate that. It really gives you a chance to kind of turn around, and it really gives you a chance to kind of at least know what your win condition is. It's much easier to say, all right, all we have to do is get to point B, halfway to point C, partway to C, and then we know. It kind of is a way to get, to make yourself a little bit easier, especially if you're looking at match point, kind of a very much, I can set now where the finish line is. So they are going to be looking for that. Neptune's Nursing Home, though, playing into this. This is always a tough spot, this initial bridge, especially because there's a lot of water behind you, so positioning is going to be so important for this.
And I mean, you see Neptune already going over there, trying to find maybe someone straggling behind a little bit, trying to find the boop there. Lotus will boop them away, but it's going to be actually Juno that finds one out first. And this is probably the exact start that Neptune's Nursing Home was looking for here. You're going to be able to clean up. Yeah, you do lose lava, but you should still end up winning this fight here and getting some valuable cart progress.
Yeah, that is going to be pretty quick and efficient. That close hold is pretty standard, as we've seen GOATs evolve and kind of come to prefer on Rialto. You do have a lot of coverage, but it really depends on which exits you get. And thankfully for the side of Fourth Impact, it's still fairly even for the most part on these ultimates. There's not really charge on Leo, and Eevee's only slightly leading in the Shatter fight. So, it's going to be another dry fight as we come to this first corner. So again, it's going to come down to the small positioning and who can displace who.
Yeah, I was gonna say the biggest difference in Ultimate would be those two Brigs, but Ice Sniper gonna be able to get up that rally pretty fast here, considering they're on the defensive side. But again, right now, corners is gonna be the name of the game here for both teams, just looking to break through. Oh, Lava gets very, very low there, but gonna be able to keep themselves alive. Hardman coming in, trying to force them back, but they have the fallback as well. Ronan needs to get some health here from Fourth Impact, but those ultimates start to come online now. It's gonna be very interesting to see what comes out first.
I appreciate the disengage here because Neptune's Nursing Home has been a little bit off about when, kind of going forward and going back, getting those resources and those abilities back. And now that they're here in full force, this looks better for them.
Rallies out from both sides, beat out from Neptunes, but the Shatter gonna be able to find a couple grab now out from Leo, who will lose their life, but it looks like that beat coming out from Neptune gonna be able to keep everyone alive through a Transcendence now out from Jaywalker as they want to clean up this fight, and they want to clean it up fast because they know that will guarantee them .1, but the longer this fight goes on, the more time will give Fourth Impact the time to come back.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Fourth Impact, you just came into a lot of those ults that might have turned it back at a longer fight. You'll not see them. You're gonna get one last recontest here, and with Lotus and Hypno having their support ultimates up, and none on the side of Neptune's Nursing Home, it's very likely that they will win short of this bomb or grab coming up huge.
Bomb coming out there from Ship, not going to be able to find anyone. Grab hard from Hardman, Hypno, and Lotus popping their ultimates out as well. Fourth Impact getting it back just in time to touch that point, but a bomb comes out, and what a nice stun there from, I believe that had to be Icy Sniper. Juno going to get booped off the map, and Neptune's Nursing Home just going to decide to go for a swim to group back up in the spawn room.
Yeah, the all-important bird roll, I'm sure the Reinhardt doesn't have up at any given point in time. And again, Ronan comes in huge. That has been kind of the difference maker. Chip has been really quiet with D.Va. You're not expecting D.Va to get a ton of bomb value in current GOATS, standings, but Ronan has been getting any value, and that has been the main difference, like even on paper, even just watching this, and if you're watching the kill feed, it has been the difference maker. Shatters are up, and Neptune's Nursing Home does have their support ultimates here, so they should win in the longer fight, but this is last fight now, Dex.
And this is something we talked about a little bit, the fact that Lava might
Where
hold on
are
to this
you?
Shatter for a little bit long here. Eevee uses theirs, but I think it just we got a Shatter full of statue there. Charge coming out there, will be able to find one, and Lotus not actually be able to be taken care of there. Fourth Impact is going to be able to keep their Lucio here for a moment, but do they sacrifice .1? No, they're not. Shatter coming out will land onto 4, and all 4 go falling down.
Beautifully done. Manages to live. Good for Lava. Good.
Convenient boat placement.
Yeah, convenient. Just actually moved him forward. Yeah. Great recovery there, especially because, again, not completing the kill is something that Neptune's Nursing Home has been a little bit struggled on. Lotus living there could have been very detrimental, but thankfully not able to be a part of the fight. So it's going to move. The fight will now move to this high ground position where it's very hard to fight this upper choke, and there's coverage for both of these teams. It's going to come now to these ultimates on this choke. Whoever can kind of push through and catch someone into a grab that really makes the difference here.
I mean, yeah, you have the grab ready from Leo, but on the other side, you have 2 ultimates that could basically cancel it out there. And Hardman coming up to their own ultimate as well. It's going to be very interesting to see what comes out first. Icy Sniper, though, wants to pop the rally here to get everything going on, hoping that their team's going to be able to find a pick here. But the beat already coming out from Neptune, grabs coming out from both sides, but Ship eats Leo's, and now Neptune's Nursing Home finally finding some sort of momentum here early on, but they're only able to find Icy Sniper. Not able to find anyone else just yet. Transcendence out from Jaywalker, as you just see the chaos going on right there, and Nursing Home going to be able to clean up, and this looks like it will be .2 for them as well.
They should get .2, especially with that late. It was a very costly point, but at this point, considering Fourth Impact still has not dropped a map and still is on the defense, it's whatever it takes at this point. You'll have Shatter Bomb for Neptune's Nursing Home, and I guess we're just going to buy the space here. I'm not crazy about that, but I guess that's fine.
I mean, you would be buying space if you were actually, making space of your own, but they finally get someone back on the cart. So a little bit of a misplay by them there. I mean, we've talked about that's been Neptune's Nursing Home's biggest problem so far. It's just the small mistakes. That, not necessarily a big one, but still, that's probably 10, 15 meters you gave up there.
Yeah, that's one of those ones that you might want to refund on when you're considering that was your one of your real tools to success here. Fourth Impact does have a Shatter Bomb of their own, and then they are coming. They're gonna be into the support ones at the same time. So this bomb and Ronin in particular is probably going to be the difference maker. Oh my goodness.
Shatter only gonna be able to find one. This time on the
Oh.
other side, it finds 3. There's the bomb coming out from Ronin.
Yep,
Gonna be
yep,
able to find Jaywalker, as it seemed like it was just a heat-seeking missile. Grab coming out from Hardman, only gonna be able to capture 2, but Hypno, all they have to do is press Q to keep themselves alive. Beat now out from Neptune, as Neptune's nursing up, just trying to keep any sort of momentum that they had alive here. But losing Lava, that just might be it. And oh, ship being pinned to the light pole. That's not how you want to see it go if you're Neptune's nursing home, as they just completely disengage from this engagement.
Fourth Impact just absolutely showed exactly what I was saying the whole way through. That could have been you, Neptune's nursing home. That could have been your Shatter Bomb, but instead Fourth Impact is going to show you how to do it. It's back to pretty much a neutral now, Dex, with Leo having a Graviton Surge and Jaywalker's Trance there to counter it out. So the next upcoming ults are really going to decide this. It's also going to look to the Zarya's to see who's got the more charge to really burn these down, as this high ground is going to be good, but not for too long.
Lotus up there, but Leo, who had the grab ready to go, gets taken out here
Okay.
early on. If you're Neptune's nursing home, this needs to be the opportunity where you just go. You're also might get Ronin out of their mech, but no, they're going to be able to stay inside of it because of Eevee coming over to help them out. Neptune's nursing home, though, starting to get that cart rolling yet again with under a minute to go. They're investing into this one as well. Rally coming out for them as they want to play as aggressively as they possibly can. Hypno taken out. There's the grab. The Shatter out from Lava will find 2. The Shatter out from Eevee finds 3 right back. But then Transcendence going to be able to keep everyone alive for the early part of it. Now the grab coming out from Hardman again might be one you're looking to have back, but you're forcing out ultimates from the other side. The bomb not going to be able to find anything. Beat invested by Neptune as well. Transcendence from Hypno as they come back out. Everyone's still alive somehow. Eevee will find one, but Ship will take care of them.
Wait, I think Neptune sound barriered their own bomb. I think that might have been a mistake there.
So much is going on. I did not notice here. But I mean, you lose Ship here. Is there even going to be a touch from someone on Neptune's nursing home?
No, I don't think there's going to be a chance to get close and touch that, and that's exactly what Fourth Impact wants. Any last-second touches are going to be there. Self-destruct is just kind of fireworks at this point. And Fourth Impact now have their win condition decks, since this is where it's going to stand. Not quite all the way to the end, but they have their point of where they need to get through. And if Fourth Impact, if they give us a performance like they did on King's Row, I don't think they're too worried. They looked very, very strong on those attack segments, and all they have to do is run it down again in what is essentially kind of the same mode that we saw from King's Row.
Yeah, but I will say this Neptune's nursing home team, they did look a lot better. I mean, we talked about it. They were able to fix a lot of the mistakes a lot of the small mistakes they were doing. Yeah, they were still happening here and there. The biggest problem they had that round was maybe just investing into ultimates at points where they really didn't need to, and a lot of them came on that third point. If you can clean that up, you might be handing Fourth Impact here their first map loss of this entire tournament.
Yeah, and even that at this point, even just getting a map off of them is a incredible statement. Like, it's quite an accolade to go through a whole GOATS tournament in the bracket section and not drop a map. So you'd really love to kind of do that. Even if you don't come out on top, at least being able to say we gave the champs a run for their money is something huge. You can see there. I think this is it. So there's the grab. I got cut off. Okay, I was kind of looking to see because I was like, wait, I'm pretty sure that's what that was. But it's, again, those small kinds of mistakes, those miscommunications that do kind of cost you in these GOATS matchups. Just making sure you're using your abilities right is, I would say, almost 75% of this comp. Making sure you use your abilities and your ultimates in a timely fashion just kind of dictates so much.
Yeah, it really, really does here. But now, Fourth Impact, they have to know what Neptune's nursing home is going to be doing here. So they go through the other door, and Neptune's nursing home just says, okay, we'll just stand on cart.
Yeah. Look, this is the close hold segment. We've seen it in other places, but the split attack from the Fourth Impact is really interesting here. They really just kind of decided, look, we're going to make your head spin to win this out, and Lotus gets 3.
My goodness. Oh, Eevee was the best bait in the world right there. I mean, it works out to perfection for them, and this is the start you were looking for.
Wow, that was beautifully done. I hope that replay got caught somewhere because I'd love to watch that back. It was because of their split entry, right? You kind of forced the Rhine and the attention to go bait that out, and then just let the rest of the team, just kind of do what they wanted to while the focus fire was there. As we go into the second fight, it's still neutral decks. There's really nothing coming up. Everybody's not even at the 50%. Neptune is closest, but now you won't even need your sound barrier with that first pick.
Yeah, Ice Sniper gets caught out there playing a little bit too far forward, and look what that does to Fourth Impact. They're backing up, but they back up split here a little bit. Ronan can be able to find Neptune, so I mean, that might actually force Neptune's Nursing Home to fall back here now.
Yeah, there's a little bit of an even return rate at this point in the fight, so probably not going to rush right back, but Leo needs to keep the charge up if they're going into this. You'll have Hypno's Trance coming into this, but that's about it. You are way ahead of Jaywalker, and considering Neptune's Nursing Home only has Neptune's Sound Barrier, it's going to come down to these supports here. These ultimates are going to make the difference.
And no rally early on here for Neptune's Nursing Home. The beat will come out instead. They're going to be able to trade out breaks here for the time being. But what's going to be the next ultimate thrown out there? Is it going to be the grab here from Leo? No, it's going to be the beat from Lotus. But hey, guys, Cart. However, you're going to have Hypno there to push it. Lava going to be able just to knock... I mean, Ronan's going to be able to knock Lava into the canal there for a slight swim, but Neptune's Nursing Home at this point, you're just looking at touches, hoping that Lava can get back.
Yeah, with Lava not being here, you're kind of hoping for the best. A self-destruct and a bomb go in as well, so Neptune's committing ultimates into an Eevee, a Shatter. I caught somebody. I don't think there's follow-up.
It caught 3, and yeah, that's the sad thing. There was no follow-up there. The Transcends from Jaywalker was just going to last them long enough there, but still, Fourth Impact now backing up, and Neptune's Nursing Home. I mean, we're starting to see Fourth Impact make the slight mistakes at Neptune's... Oh, no.
Oh, no, the rest of the crew, the gang's here. The gang rolled up, so Lotus is going back to spawn. Okay. I mean,
that would have been hurtful. I would have had a breakdown.
what a duel that would have been. Fourth Impact's coming back with a vengeance, so they have Grab, they have Trance. It is going to get matched by Grab Bomb from Neptune's Nursing Home. And again, this is hit a fundamental. Let's just get a Grab Bomb in there and force some errors out of Fourth Impact.
Grab can come out. Hardman will fall here. Ship going to throw up their own bomb, losing Lava with the bomb. Not going to be able to find anyone. Hell, it was going back towards Cart anyway. Fourth Impact, this is just a cleanup job for them now as everyone looks to be trying to take a swim here. And, you know, Fourth Impact will help some of them with that.
Yeah, look, it's a nice clean river, so the quicker resets are always going to be good. 330 means that there's still a lot of time in the bank, and considering you don't even have to make a full completion to get success and get the game point, it makes a difference here. Neptune's Nursing Home needs to get the hold of this high ground, and they need to force Fourth Impact to kind of take a bad position because they just keep getting displaced off of this high ground. And with Hardman's grab and Lava's self-destruct, there's so much CC, they should be able to win this out.
Shatter from Lava, I don't think found anyone, maybe one person, but you do find Eevee, you lose Juno there as well. But I mean, you have gotten Fourth Impact off the card here if you are Neptune's Nursing Home, which is exactly what you were looking for. Neptune trying to find a boop, not gonna be able to do it, but Ship out of their mech. It's gonna be interesting to see how much longer they actually live.
I think it'll be a quick swim maybe back. Fourth Impact might try to press on this though. They know the baby D.Va is there, so they can push on this. What a great displacement from the side of Ronan there. Their D.Va play has been phenomenal all series.
Grab out there from Hardman. Beat coming out there from Neptune. Rally, I mean, Transcendence out from Hypno, gonna be able to keep everyone alive. Ship able to get back into their mech here, beat now out from Lotus as they try to get something going here. Jaywalker gonna respond with a, oh my goodness, that finds 4 right there, the grab, and oh! The swim gonna be happening as well. I thought Hardman might have had a chance to live. Heavy investments by both sides, but one will come out on top, and yet it's Fourth Impact.
And that's due to, a lot of that was due on the back of just those ult pairings. It was grab into a shatter into just so much cleanup. You know, there's so many things that can't happen when you are stunned, and that's where the CC becomes so powerful. It was costly for Fourth Impact, but with 3 minutes on the clock, they can now just build to, you know, a win condition here. They just need to get all their ults together. Icy Sniper can hold this rally. Ronan can hold on to Bomb. They should be able to wear out through Neptune's Nursing Home, considering there is only rally against them. They should just be able to win this in almost a neutral, as they'll finally push the high ground here to play for the cover.
Nice boop there by Neptune to at least get Leo off that high ground, but it's only going to be a short thing here before Neptune's Nursing Home decides to run it down their own way instead. Eevee going to fall there, and now Neptune's Nursing Home, they can take a little bit of a sigh of relief, seeing that Fourth Impact is just backing up towards their own spawn.
Well, Fourth Impact has been very good about disengaging. They recognize when a fight's lost, and they'll try to not commit anything into it. They'll get out of the way, and that'll, you know, they'll try to get whatever ultimates they can out of Neptune's Nursing Home. Bomb!
Oh, finds Jaywalker, but Ronan will not be able to get safely back into their own mech here. Hypno gets taken out as well there, but you do find Hardman. Interesting trades coming back and forth here. Bomb
no way.
Out will find Lotus. I feel like we're now, this is both these teams are just playing kind of scrappy, which is not what I expected.
No, we're out of goats and we're into just deathmatch now, Dex. We've kind of just moved away from the idea of playing as a full unit because these fights are being forced by Fourth Impact to be so disjointed. That's where they've found success in kind of getting Neptune's nursing home out of the way, is when it's disjointed like that. And Zarya is now down, so that means Fourth Impact just wins this.
Yeah, and that was a very unfortunate placement for Hardman to go there. Shadow coming out from Lava will land on the two, but Lowe's going to pop the beat to keep everyone alive here. Juno getting very low, but Jaywalker going to pop their own Transcendence to keep them alive. Leo just looking for anything here. Eevee does have that Shatter ready to go here. Going to get stunned back for a brief moment by
Great
Juno,
read.
but there's a Shatter. It will find only one there. Ship, though, going to get demaxed. I think that's what you were looking for there in that scenario, but right now you'd be finding some more value here.
Oh my gosh, the isolations and just how wide this fight has been is just benefiting Fourth Impact. Second, Neptune's nursing home gets kind of taken away from that ball, the full ball that you're supposed to be in. They look phenomenal. It's a great run from Fourth Impact to close out and win this upper winners finals, truly showing why they deserve that first spot into the grand finals.
Yeah, and it seemed like throughout this entire series, Fourth Impact, they just got better and better, which is something that you normally don't really see a lot. But you have to remember, this is exactly what you want to see right here. And almost got the fourth one, but convenient boat placement stops the 4K boop happening there. But like I was saying, Fourth Impact, yeah, it was their first series of the day, but it was Neptune's nursing home first series of the day as well. Fourth Impact, they just looked like they were getting a better grasp on everything a lot faster than Neptune's nursing home. Neptune's nursing home, though, you have to say this was probably the best map they put together since that first one of Lijiang, where it just seemed like they were able to take fights. They knew what they wanted to do. And fix a lot of the mistakes that we were talking about that they were constantly having in those first two maps.
Yeah, it definitely showed, I think, why Neptune's nursing home made it this far up the winner's bracket. They are a good squad. The fundamentals are there. And when things work, it works very, very great. You can see that when Lava is on, they are absolutely crushing it. When Hardman gets those grabs into the right placements and the rest of the team follows, everything works together. Like this and, a couple of these grab shatters in particular from the side of Fourth Impact, just kind of show you that they were just kind of out meta-ing them. They were just kind of putting ultimates together, where Neptune's nursing home never really kind of got to that point of saying, let's just put our ults together and win through, the easy tactic of just grab bomb, grab shatter, and doing that. So, incredible showing from both, but Neptune's nursing home now has to play out of the losers bracket after this 3-0. And I wouldn't be shocked. You said it. I wouldn't be shocked if this was the grand finals again.
Yeah, both these teams, I mean, they've had great runs through this upper bracket. Like you said, Neptune's nursing home going to be dropping down to the lower bracket. Well, they'll be taking on Ultimate Crusaders after they beat Salutation Guz in that lower semi-finals. But so we're going to be seeing them again here in a brief moment, but there's still a lot good we can talk about with this Neptune's nursing home team. I mean, much like Fourth Impact, they improved as the series went on. They really did put together a really good last map there. As we said, the small mistakes they were constantly having in those first two maps kind of put them behind the 8-ball. And while there were still some small mistakes there, Fourth Impact started to have some small mistakes as well. I think just the pace of play that Neptune's nursing home was showing there that last map did get Fourth Impact off their game just slightly.
Yeah, I think a lot of it just became kind of recognizing what you needed to do to win in that regard for Fourth Impact. It seems like they just kind of figured out how to exploit the GOATS comp they were against versus Neptune's nursing home, which really kind of, it took them a map or two to kind of just realize, okay, look, we need to really put the pressure on. We need to not worry about getting the first pick of the Zenyatta, and then kind of worrying about, how are we keeping our team alive? How are we responding to the enemy ultimates? So thankfully, they'll have another shot here in the lowers bracket to take what they've learned from this and apply it going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. But everyone, that's the end of our winners final. Like I said, Neptune's nursing home will be taking on Ultimate Crusaders when we come back with our lower bracket finals. We're going to take a quick little break here and be right back with that one. So everyone stick around. We'll be right back with that lower bracket finals. All right, one series down, two more to go to end our night here and end our GOATS tournament. However, we saw the winners finals, now down to the lowers finals. We'll see alternate Crusaders take on Neptune's nursing home here. So, I mean, we saw what Neptune's nursing home was able to do against Fourth Impact. Alternate Crusaders gotten sent down to the lower bracket by Fourth Impact as well. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see what these two teams are able to do here in this one.
Yeah, and considering alternate Crusaders had a much longer, difficult route through the losers bracket, I know they'd love to get the chance to kind of, take it back to Fourth Impact and really kind of swing at the Kings for right now. But considering what we just saw of Neptune's nursing home, like, it is not guaranteed. I think both of these teams really do stand a great chance. Just looking at how they got here and in these various positions, you'll see Neptune's nursing home just falling in the losers bracket, just playing out of our winners final if you just tuned in. But if you look at the bottom, you'll see really early on, alternate Crusaders fell down into the middle section of the lowers bracket fairly early in losers round 2, and then had to play through a lot of that. So this is a team that's used to being the underdog and really kind of is used to playing from behind.
Yeah, but you look at them in that lower bracket, only dropping their first map in that lower bracket to Citation Goes in that lower semifinals there. So they might be one of the hottest teams in this tournament at the moment, especially going up against Neptune's nursing home. You have to wonder how much mental impact Neptune's nursing home has after that 3-0 sweep against Fourth Impact. But I mean, as that is coming up, we should also mention some other stuff that is coming up here a little bit later this month, 2 weeks time, the Kunoichi Rising Championship Invitational here. Again, we touched on this before our first series. We're going to touch on it here again. This is going to be for Calling All Heroes Rising Division. It's going to be an invitational tournament for, the top 8 to 16 teams there. It's going to be a hell of a time, so
Yeah, it's going to be great. We're going to finally get a chance to look at who is the top in the Rising division and who are those names you need to be looking out for in the Calling All Heroes division, as I'll throw it out there. But that's not all, Dex. There's still more. There is the standard CGL multi-tier tournament number 15 coming in, and with all these incredible new changes too, it is bound to be a big one.
Yeah, incredible new changes and an incredible new bracket for us here. We still have our NA, we still have our EU, but now we are adding a South American bracket as well. It's going to be a lot of fun here. And like we kind of mentioned earlier, it's going to be a hybrid, or wait, am I right with that? Hybrid or
yes, you're right.
Yeah, hybrid one for console and console and PC here. So no longer needing to have, a team fully on PC. You can have mixed teams, which is going to be really, really fun.
Worth noting, the South America is console only at the time. We'll see if that changes down the road, but as Dex noted, NA and EU is now hybrid. Grab your friends on console, get out there and play. Even if Big Papa Blizzard doesn't want console players to go into big tournaments, you know what? We do, and
we'll
we
force
them.
We will force them to.
We will do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
They have to acknowledge.
Yeah, they have to acknowledge us. But you want to know something we should acknowledge right now? The lineups for our two teams here. First off, with the winners from that lower semifinals of Alternate Crusaders, you have Bakura, Tyrell, and Cajun on the tank line with Stratocaster, Dugio, and Consequence on the support line here. So I don't know about you, but I've at least seen a couple of these players around.
Yeah, a couple of these players are known if they've been indefinitely in previous CGL multi-tiers and also in super brackets. So this alternate Crusader squad knows what they're doing. They're also a relatively big squad. I count 9 on the full roster. So there's a chance that maybe if someone is off today, we might see some swaps in down the road. Maybe it's just whoever made it. But a deeper roster can work in something like GOATS. Maybe you just need to change your slightly passive Reinhardt for a more aggressive one.
Yeah, and that's going to be something that comes in clutch here. Very hell this series, maybe even next one, for whoever comes out of this one. Subs are always important for every team. But speaking of every team, what about the other team? The one we just saw play in that upper bracket finals, Neptune's Nursing Home. Lava Ship and Hardman still going to be your tank line. Juno, Neptune, and Jaywalker going to be your support line. And so we talked about Lava having some mistakes early on in that last series, but they definitely improved in that third one. And I feel like they're coming in off their best map.
I do agree with you there, Dex. I feel like Lava maybe had a little bit of a slow start, maybe just needed a little bit more support. And by the end of that last game, we're looking like a phenomenal player. We're able to cover down for their team. But it's going to take the whole squad here. And the other two that I want to shout out are Neptune and Jaywalker, who looked very, very good. They were layering their ults appropriately. They were hitting exactly where they needed to be to support the rest of the team. It's just kind of going to have to pull the rest of this full team effort here, because now it is win or go home.
Yep, no more lives left for either of these two teams. Like you said, win or go home and win, and you have a chance to win some money as well. But Soav, I mean, every series has to start somewhere, and we will make this joke again here. What better place to start than everyone's favorite control map? I wish they could see you, of Lijiang Tower.
I don't know. What do you want me to say about Lijiang? Like, genuinely, what do you want me to say about Lijiang Tower?
Just keep on saying what we've been saying. Keep on saying what we've been saying about it for the last 4 years.
Man, I should just record this whenever someone wants to play Lijiang Tower, because there's not much to say about Lijiang Tower other than it is the preferred map for goats. Can we just like Wheel of Fortune this and put the other maps we know are going to come up later to save us some time? But it's still a good, like, it's a positive map. It's the most picked map for a reason. And if we're looking at, from what we historically know from a team like Neptune's Nursing Home coming off of stream, they did fairly well here. They did push us to the full 3. So I have to imagine these maps that they're already played, that they're used to playing on, I have to imagine they're actually probably happy about this. Whereas a team like Alternate Crusaders, they're probably like fine to see it. But I have to imagine for Neptune's Nursing Home, they've already done it once. They can work out those kinks of what they had before. And surely the second time is the charm, Dex. Surely.
I mean, you're also talking about Alternate Crusaders, who also played in a series before this one. So this is probably also their second time.
That's probably also true. Yeah, that's probably also true. I can't confirm or deny that, though. I can confirm we did just see it on stream, but you are probably right. They probably also went here. So it is likely not a warm-up. You know, it's probably not a fresh map for either of these teams. The question mark to me is, are we going to get any changes from anything? Like, Zenyatta is still pretty much dominant. I know some of the earlier rounds we did see an Ana show up, but I don't imagine we're going to see any real changes across much of the board. So just to start, as we watch this, I'm going to be watching for Lava and Bakura. You know, this Reinhardt is one of the most important pieces of the map, and considering we're kind of eyes on Lava and their improvements from the last map, I think what happens with this Reinhardt interaction is going to tell us a lot about the rest of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. But like, as you were saying, I don't expect to see really any changes throughout this entire night here. The Ana would be fun, but Zenyatta is just so much stronger in
already 90.
Wow. They get built up really fast, but Ship gets demeched. Neptune gonna fall here early on, and Alternate Crusaders coming in from that lower bracket semifinals, coming in and starting off hot.
Yeah, they are feeling it. It is a little bit more motivating to come in off of a win off of a loss, so to Neptune's credit, you know, the morale might be a little bit lower there, but Alternate Crusaders just seems like they use their cooldowns more effectively. Cajon had a 90 charge immediately, which you have to use both of those bubbles and then still get a lot of value. So Alternate Crusaders clearly showing that they can limit and maximize their cooldown efficiency, which is so huge in this meta.
Yeah, and you see Neptune's Nursing Home here. They're trying to figure out which way to go, but Alternate Crusaders doing a good job of just forcing them to go down main and forcing them to play around all the barriers here. Again, every time we're on Cage and they're above 75%, it seems they're on that beam, but Bakura needs to be able to keep themselves alive, and Neptune's Nursing Home going to be able to find the first one here and the point flip as well, while the rest of the Crusaders are falling back.
Crusaders just kind of gave up space there and just decided they were going to kind of get their way out. Oh, Tyrell is over a spot for this. Just kind of gave up. They're slow. You could see them kind of disengage and slowly back up, but they just kind of then just got pincered by Neptune's Nursing Home. And Hardman has been very good about recognizing when there's an opening between Hardman and Ship. They recognize when there's an opening they can capitalize on. So a good read from them. Ult's now online. Lava, Judo, Jaywalker. That's 4 for Neptune's Nursing Home. And Alternate Crusaders are a little bit behind on the aggressive ults. And look at, they're just can't even get out the door. They're not even going to challenge the choke decks. They're just playing this so passively. I don't know what they're waiting for, but they're just playing so passively.
Well, Juno popped Rally in that. That's why they backed up. Now they're going to be able to come back in with one of their own. The Shatter only hitting onto Bakura. Grab Bomb out as well. Not going to be able to find anyone just yet from either side. Transcendence now out from both sides as well. So far, I believe that's 7 ultimates used just in this engagement, and no one has died here Neptune going to be able to pop their own beat here to keep their team supported in the late part of this fight. And much like we said in the first series of our night, though, the late ultimates are always going to be what end up winning out in the end.
Classic GOATS meta of send in at least a minimum of 6 ults and no one dies. If that's not what you're here for, I don't know what you're here for. But yeah, I mean, Neptune and Jaywalker had the later ultimates. They kept the fight going longer. They win it out, and they maintain numbers here at 72. This is likely to be last point now.
Bomb coming out, not going to be able to find anyone. Ship, though, not going to be able to get safely into their mech. Lava will fall as well, but they do take Stratocaster with them here. But the numbers advantage is on the side of Alternate Crusaders at the moment, especially with the nursing home down 2 tanks, making one of their supports as well. This is going to have to be a point give up to them here, but 90% is nothing to be ashamed of.
That's huge, and Hardman got away with all that energy. Is a huge thing for Neptune's nursing home. We're coming into just a grab, shatter, and a trance for their side. So grab, shatter is enough to get enough stuns to win out and isolate a target. They just have to burn through Consequence and Stratocaster first.
Grab coming out here from Cajun early on. The shatter coming out from Lava will hit onto one. Transcendence now coming out from both sides as the grabs coming out from both sides. The shatter from Bakura will find 3, and Juno will be the first casualty of the fight here. Alternate Crusaders looking to fight a little bit more here. Ship gonna get demeched and probably will either die or throw themselves off the side of the map. Nice boop there to make sure there's no charge kill, but now it's Neptune's nursing home finally backing up.
Coming into last fight territory now, it's 73 and climbing at this initial choke point. So probably going to be the last fight if we even get a touch there. Alternate Crusaders coming onto self-destruct and a sound barrier. And it's just Neptune's sound barrier on the opposite side from Neptune. I mean, it doesn't look good for them. Oh, wow!
A nice charge combo there with Cajun and Bakura to find Lava. The bomb will find 2, but now if you're Neptune's nursing home, you're just trying to get a touch here on the point. Ship can try to be the one here, but they are just getting booped away. Is there gonna be a touch? No. Ship gets demeched, won't be able to get there in time. Alternate Crusaders take our first point of the series.
So it took me a couple maps to really kind of realize this, and I think this one proved it to me, Dex. I think one of the things that is kind of hurting Neptune's nursing home in the long run here, they're tending to do things very aggressively. You saw them use Jaywalker's trance to kind of push forward and go, and that's not really what you want to be doing in GOATS. You really want to be very reactive. This is a reactive comp, so trying to go aggressive and use your sound barrier or your transcendence to push forward and get damage doesn't always work. This is one of those metas where being proactive is almost a punishment in a lot of ways. This is very much a meta of use things at the last moment, and right now the last moment has been working much more successfully for Alternate Crusaders than it has Neptune.
Yeah, and that's one thing I've noticed a lot too, especially when it comes to Ship. They are normally getting demeched very early on in fights. It's because of their aggressive playstyle where they use the boosters to get in, but they don't normally hit that turnaround fast enough. Yeah, but look at this. Neptune's nursing home just being completely pushed back. Alternate Crusaders taking the slight advantage they have to try to find them, and Lava could be the first casualty of this fight. I mean, you called it out perfectly there. Their over-aggressiveness is kind of hurting them here, and it's allowing Alternate to kind of punish them for it.
Yeah, that's really been a lot of it is, you know, they'll go aggressive, they'll burn their cooldowns a little too quickly thinking they can maybe secure a kill or get a displacement. And then Alternate Crusaders just says, okay, well, we'll use ours. We'll save our boop. We'll use our, we'll punish whoever happens to be caught out of position. And a lot of the times it ends up falling on the front line of those tanks and they get staggered out just like this you see here.
And Ship trying to get back to the safety of their spawn, not going to be able to. They'll be demeched, and you see him already just going for the side there. Ducio gonna help him out a little bit.
Yeah, it's as expected. I mean, the ultimate charge I think also tells the other part of this story, right? Alternate Crusaders coming into their ultimates first. It's good to have them, but you don't necessarily need to use them. Neptune's nursing home is still just behind on every single ultimate. They are behind. So they are really kind of playing from behind the ball. A longer fight does not benefit them here, even with a first pick.
Tyrell getting low. They're going to be healed up as the rally comes out from Stratocaster. Gonna have to pop that shield to keep themselves up and kicking here, but as they go in now, the rest of their team will follow. Tyrell looking very low, falls back, get healed back up yet again. I've been loving how Tyrell's been playing so far. Nice grab! Beat coming out there from Alternate. The Transcendence could be the response there from Jaywalker to keep everyone alive. You're Neptune's nursing home. You forced out 2 ultimates right there, only using 1, and you're coming up to 4 of your own. Shatter, though, from Bakura. Bakura finds through the shatter or the beat from Neptune, gonna be able to keep everyone alive outside of Juno. Bomb coming out from Ship, not gonna be able to find anything, but in the chaos of all that, Hardman finds 2, looking for a third here. Transcendence coming out from Consequence to keep everyone up and kicking here for Alternate Crusaders. Down there, Reinhardt, so they don't have the big shield to absorb a lot of damage at the moment.
It's going to be a self-destruct from Tyrell. I'm not crazy about it, but it is enough to do something and at least put the pressure off. And Lava finally picked up Stratocaster, actually trading back the rest of the way. The point has up to 90 decks, and this fight goes longer. It does just tend to favor Alternate Crusaders here.
Oh, Tyrell with
30.
the boop off the map. Consequences will fall, but like you said, the longer this fight goes on, the longer it plays in the Alternate Crusaders' hands. The beat coming out from Dew right there. The Transcendence not going to last long enough for Jay Walker. They get their touches here, hoping their tanks can get back in time. Grab will buy them some time here, but how much will it? You do see Lava back in. Bakura going to fall here, but can Alternate Crusaders actually keep this up? They're down 3 now. It's only 1 left, and yeah, Alternate Crusaders not able to seal the deal here, but they forced out a lot from Neptune's Nursing Home, but you see Neptune's Nursing Home also has 3 more ready to go.
Well, that's the problem with GOATs, right? Like, there isn't a time limit on the you have the advantage if the fight goes longer, because if the fight goes too long, the pendulum swings back. And that's exactly what happened. It went on so long, Neptune's Nursing Home was able to get their team back, get ultimates again, and we're able to push back. And this early rally is, again, what I'm talking about when I talk about how aggressive they go.
They're able to find Dew out right there. Alternate Crusaders, I mean, you lose Bakura, you're going to try to fall back here. Neptune's Nursing Home looking to find some revenge on them for getting a team kill, especially outside their own spawn doors, but they're not going to go as far as we would kind of think they would.
No, you got enough picks, and in theory, your most valuable target to complete the kill on is the Zarya to make sure there's no energy there. So, I mean, job well done. You save the Sound Barrier, you save Lava Shatter. You have enough pieces to survive this this Graviton Surge. So you just got to now chain these fights together and win.
Yeah. Shatter coming out. The grab does find a couple here, but Ultimate's a galore out on the field. Transcendence out from one side, Beats out from both here. Alternate Crusaders, though, I mean, they had a huge grab there, just nothing to follow up on. The Transcendence now from Consequences as they try to find anything. Bomb out from Ship, gonna be able to find Bakura, who just got back in the fight. Bomb out from Tyrell. They're not gonna really find anything off this as they die. Yeah, they get the DMAX, but the fight already all but over.
All right, that bomb saved Neptune's Nursing Home from the classic mortal sin of overlapping your ultimates here. Neptune and Jaywalker both committed their defensive ultimates at the same time, and if not for Ship hitting that bomb and catching several from that great play, that could have been catastrophic. Last fight territory now, and it's going to be Alternate Crusaders pushing with a rally. They'll have a Shatter as well, and there's nothing in the way. They just play aggressive, they win.
And Juno, the first one to fall there, that is a huge target out there. The huge Shatter does find 2. Neptune taking out Hardman out as well. Alternate Crusaders, they do lose Bakura here, but they still have the huge numbers advantage and no supports on the other side. Point back in their control. Do the Crusaders have anyone that can get back in touch? Ship will, but is there anyone else?
I think it's going to be staggers from here on out. So round 1 to Alternate Crusaders sounds about right based on what the play we got there, because Neptune's Home just unfortunately just, looked fantastic. There were moments of brilliance, but the general teamwork just looked so much better.
It really does. And I mean, again, this was a thing where the second point here, Neptune's Nursing Home did play a lot better, but again, it seemed like Alternate Crusaders knew what they want to do every fight, and maybe only 1 or 2 times could I say they really messed up with an ultimate investment or an ultimate not being invested.
Well, Neptune's Nursing Home is kind of doing what I'd alluded to in the first game here, but it's worth mentioning again. You see them kind of throw in these solo ults, and towards the end on the second map, you did finally see them put, a grab shatter together, like a grab bomb together. You saw them finally start to put things together. The problem is that Alternate Crusaders, they just did that all the time. You would see them invest, a Graviton into something else. They were just using these ult combos a bit more successfully, whereas Neptune's Nursing Home was kind of just trying to, throw an ultimate at it to maybe solve the problem. And it just kind of was the difference maker there, is the teamwork from Alternate Crusaders, putting these ultimates together, making sure they were following up on team kills also, was just phenomenally different.
Yeah, I mean, it was. And I mean, I expected that we would see a little bit of a better Neptune's Nursing Home team in this second series of the day for them. But Alternate Crusaders, I mean, they're coming in with a lot of momentum from that lower semis win over Salutations Guz. here in Neptune's Nursing Home, like I said, coming into this one here, you really had to wonder how much of a mental toll that last series kind of took on them, because there were some maps, especially Li Jiang, that first map last series, you could argue that they could have won that one. The third map was their best one they put on since that Li Jiang map. But now you go into this series here, and this was not the performance I expected to see out of the gate for them.
No, but I don't think it was still a bad performance. Like you said, we wanted to see some improvements from them. And I think we did see those improvements. I think it was there. I think it's unfortunately just not quite enough versus what Alternate Crusaders brought. I think the one thing that was still kind of missing to me was the target focus. You know, Neptune's Nursing Home, you would catch people in the grab, you would catch an out, you'd get a displacement, but there was never really a follow-up. And just show the thing, Hippie. Just show the thing, because I don't want to talk about it. But
okay,
just show the
everyone,
thing.
you know what map it's going to be. Soab, say it with me.
No.
Kings Row.
No.
Okay, good job, everybody.
Going
What a
into
shot.
Kings Row, going into Kings Row, doesn't change too many of the general. I don't know that it gives you an advantage in a lot of ways. You have a lot more cover, which we know Nursing Home knows how to use. We know they know how to play around that. We've seen them take the pathing that works for that. But it doesn't solve necessarily a lot of the problems of making sure we follow up on those picks, putting some of those fundamental ultimates together. So I really do kind of have to hope going into Kings Row, I believe this was their pick, they are feeling good. Their Kings Row in the previous round did look good. Let me step out of my negativity box for a minute. They looked fairly good on Kings Row. They got most of a completion. They almost pushed his way around, and they had some great holds on the defense. So this just makes sense to me. They are confident on this map. They looked pretty good on the first time around here when we saw them on the winners finals. And if you're going to try to salvage, yourself in this tournament, you have to go where you feel the strongest. So yeah, I don't see no notes.
I mean, there's no notes for it. This is kind of what we expected. I was hoping maybe we would see a Nimbani come out as a little bit of a curveball, but I think everyone's kind of just said, okay, we're going to play the GOATS maps that everyone kind of knows and loves. So Kings Row is going to be the one that we see here. But if you're Neptune... Jaywalker? Okay.
Okay.
If you're Neptune's Nursing Home, that was very interesting. Fun. It would have been really funny to see. If you're Neptune's Nursing Home, though, I mean... yeah, maybe we're being a little bit too negative about them. It's just Alternate Crusaders came out carrying that momentum from the lower bracket when they had here. And Neptune's Nursing Home, I think they looked a lot better in that second point. I think they were looking to build upon it here.
We're not mad, we're disappointed, Dex. We know they're capable of great things. They got this far in the event, so we know they can do this. But it's just, we want to see them do so much more. Their individual usage of their cooldowns has been very good, but unfortunately it's just the team element seems to be missing.
And Nursing Home going to be the one tacking here first, but Cora going to use that charge to get them back out to safety. Ship, though, going to be a common thing we've seen from them now.
Yeah.
We even touched on it last time. Ship gets DMA'd and first one to die here as well. And look what it does here to Alternate Crusaders. They just decide to pincer them and find a couple picks. Yeah, they find Bakura, but you're going to end up losing out on this fight.
The other part to this that you've kind of noted is it really does depend where this fight kind of majority takes place. Like, you can't let them have any sort of place where they have coverage. You kind of need to force this out into the open if you want to get any ground versus the Alternate Crusaders. If they have cover, they're just going to outdamage you. They're just going to out cooldown you. So, try to keep your damage up, get your Zarya charged, and take this neutral. Try, take it a little more passive. Let them make the mistakes, and then capitalize for the Nursing Home side.
Again, Neptune's Nursing Home going to try to go around the statue again. Here you see the Divas dive up for that high ground. Nothing happening just yet. The Zarya's up high here. Hardman, though, going to be the first one taken out this time around. The charge from Lava, not going to find anything as Stratocaster's own charge. Going to be able to take them out. And again, it's just a nice cleanup here for the Alternate Crusaders.
It's a very clear communication difference is what it looks like from when I'm watching this. It feels like Alternate Crusaders are seeing, all right, Ship's going up and diving. Let's put some pressure. There's a follow-up. Both of these two are isolated. They're looking to try to get the Zenyatta or to get somebody. And then the Alternate Crusaders are just collapsing onto them. The Death Ball from theirs looks a lot more tighter and concise versus Neptune's Nursing Home right now. And because of that, Alternate Crusaders now have snowballs. They have 2 out of the 3 support ultimates. They'll have Grab Bomb. And Neptune's Nursing Home, they don't have the treasure chest to compete against that going into this third fight.
But they're not that far behind either. Bomb coming out here from Tyrell early on. No combo potential going to be there. It's actually going to be Cajun finding the first one. Shatter out from Lava. Will find two. Beaten out from both sides here. But still, the Neptune's Nursing Home does have a slight advantage here, especially since Alternate Crusaders lost someone early. Now they lose again. They lose Bakura. As you see, everyone is trying to back out. Neptune's Nursing Home has finally opened the door here.
Not really sure what Tyrell was going for with that bomb. I understand it was trying to displace, maybe get the Reinhardt Lava to kind of separate and lose and maybe get a free kill. But again, it's one of those things where throwing in a solo ultimate kind of doesn't necessarily net your results, and in fact was punishable. And that's why Neptune's Nursing Home really took that. The D.Va sent in, it forced everybody to scatter, and everybody kind of turned their heads and think about it. And now with the cart out, Neptune's Nursing Home, they didn't spend too many ults into that. They have grab bomb of their own. They'll have a rally. They should be able to bully their way through this checkpoint and down the road.
Yeah, Alternate Crusaders use a lot here. Bomb now out from Ship. Gonna be able to find
Beautiful.
Bakura here, and hey, that's sometimes all you need to find is get rid of that Reinhardt Stratocaster. Gonna be a casualty here, as well as Neptune's Nursing Home have finally found some footing here and are getting this cart rolling.
They have the fundamentals. Like I said earlier, there are flashes of brilliance for this squad. When they know what they're doing, when they have a set play in mind, it goes off the hook and it works really well. So great success for them. But Neptune's Nursing Home now, they spent a lot to win that, and Alternate Crusaders are coming back with a rally of their own versus Hardman's grab. It's gonna have to be used defensively here because Nursing Home, they kind of have the control of the ball here. They kind of are setting the pace of the fights.
Speaking of the grab, there it is. The rally coming out from Stratocaster to try to keep everyone alive. Some other support ultimates coming online for both sides. Consequence going to use that Transcendence here. Now if you need to win this fight, but a
that's
4-man
four.
Shatter might say something about that beat coming out from Do right there to try to keep Alternate Crusaders alive here. But this is a very heavy costing fight here for Alternate Crusaders. Neptune's Nursing Home as well, a little bit costly, but they're still pushing the cart. Beat now out from Neptune as they want to try to get the point two, and finding Bakura might just be all you need here. Cajun trying to keep himself alive, but they are getting split. Stratocaster, Cajun falling by the wayside. Neptune's Nursing Home, this should be point two in their control.
I mean, the longer fight went on and favored Neptune's Nursing Home. They have the ultimates in the longer fight, and it's one of those times where, oh, we have the only ult, we have a sound barrier, we can go aggressive. It's been a long enough fight for that. Bomb? Do we really going to try to contest this? You only would give that up if you're going to make a recontest. I don't think there's time. There is.
They didn't get DMAC'd, which is the weirdest thing there.
Didn't they?
No, they didn't. They didn't get DMAC'd. They fell down in time. I feel like that was a misclick there. I feel like that was something where they expected Neptune's Nursing Home to play a little bit more aggressively. They were going to lose their mech and just try to remech as fast as they could, but a costly mistake here from Alternate.
Yeah, I would love to see the tape on that because I'm not really sure what happened, but either way, in spawn here, they are so deep and just getting free value on this card.
Yeah, but I mean, you're going to take the free value here for a lost team fight, and honestly, if you're Alternate, you'll take that trade.
Yeah, that's fine. You're very happy with that. Like, again, this is just chalk it up to Neptune Nursing Home's aggression. They want to play aggressive. They want to try to hold space and throw ultimates into where they think they have advantages. But again, once again, that aggression gets punished. They have a grab bomb. They have a trance to match a trance and grab. So they do have a few advantage in the duels, especially since self-destruct gets past trance here. It's on Ship's back now to get this mech to do some damage.
And they need it to do something here. The worst thing that could happen is Ship gets DMAC'd here very early on. Cajun does have this grab ready to go as well. You know they're waiting for the opportunity to use it. They're keeping an eye on where Ship is so it doesn't get up here. There's the grab. No eat this time around. The Transcendent coming out from them. The beat coming out here from Alter. The bomb is out from Ship. It's going to fight three! Through all that, I think we just saw Jaywalker send someone down to the hole, and Neptune's Nursing Home turning that corner on the home stretch here.
When Neptune's Nursing Home hits these look unstoppable decks, and now again they're playing forward. They might get punished for this, but that was a great eat from Tyrell.
The beat coming out, the shatter though from Bakura does find 3. The shatter from Lava finds no one. Transcends out from Consequence here now. Lava will shut down Do, so they're still very much in this one here, having a huge advantage without a Lucio on the other side. The rally from Stratocaster has come out here. Now bomb out from Tyrell, gonna be able to find Jaywalker in that backline, so no Zenyatta's on either side. Here's bye-bye Bakura. Nice boop there by Neptune, as, I mean, Neptune, Nursing Home, this is the best map they've shown, or best round they've shown us so far here. All they need to do is finish it.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. This is the best they've looked across the board. The Moira finally getting a chance to exist, but not for long. And, you know, 44 seconds is still fantastic. We did see a full complete from Neptune's Nursing Home here. That is the best we've seen from them, even through, you know, things that get punished, even through, you know, the small mistakes. They looked like a very competitive squad, especially in these highlights where it looks like they have a plan put together. I think that's kind of the other thing I'm seeing, is it feels like a lot of the time, if Neptune's Nursing Home doesn't have a plan and the vague plan is like, let's just try to force, you know, onto the Zenyatta, let's just try to get a pick, it kind of falls apart once they kind of, you can see they go, okay, let's like send in the bomb and rush them down, and you can see a clear plan in their head. It comes to fruition. So the planning seems to be a lot of their struggles for the Nursing Home side.
Yeah, and I mean, also the Crusaders, you have to remember how well they were doing on that first point hold for the longest time, and I think the moment all kind of fell apart for them was Tyrell threw the bomb in, trying to, you know, section the Nursing Home squad off, but it just didn't end up working out for them, and from there on out, it just seemed like they're always playing from behind the 8-ball, never really able to set up very well, and yeah, they won that one fight on point 3, but Neptune's Nursing Home came right back in, and like you said, it seemed like they figured out what they wanted to do. They had a plan going into the last engagement, and it worked out for them, even with Hardman's grab being 8.
Yeah, that would have been, you know, a huge loss for the most part for most teams, but they made it work the rest of the way. So now on the defense, they have a little bit less agency as to can we go in with our, you know, with a plan we like, but they do have the advantage of being able to kind of decide we can disengage and take the fight where we'd like. So we'll see how they handle this, because Alternate Crusaders have done very well about creating the crossfires and breaking apart the death ball that this Goatscom is supposed to be.
Yeah, and I mean, you see the aggressiveness come out there from Neptune's Nursing Home. Alternate Crusaders gonna back up here, already living that first little kind of wave of it, but now they're gonna re-engage into it here very quickly. Neptune gonna try to get a boop there, and what a boop it is! They find Bakura, but you lose Jaywalker, you lose Juno. All your healing is basically gone. Yeah, Neptune can provide some, but it's not a lot on this Lucio.
No, and I mean, the Lucio's main... Lucio did his job here. He got a displacement, and he did exactly what he needed to do, which is create a point of isolation and something for everybody to focus on. So well done. Neptune has been phenomenal about that, but unfortunately, if the rest of the pieces don't, you know, if the rest of the plan doesn't come together, well, you lose the capture point in one fight, and there's 5:30 on the clock with Stratocaster 30 points ahead on a rally.
And Neptune, again, trying to be aggressive there with those boobs, gets immediately dealt some consequences of their own by Consequence right there. Juno will fall. Yeah, they'll find Cajun, but this is looking a lot like last fight where, yeah, they do find one tank, but they don't find anything else.
Yeah, and it's just kind of now stalling out the point. Consequence lighting up the kill feed, though, is another one we don't see a lot. Usually Zenyatta's tend to stay very quiet, and the Discord orb is doing a lot of the speaking, but the passive monk here, Pacifist is showing a lot of violence out of Consequence.
Yeah, I mean, hey, at this point, Zenyatta is scary. The dude's chucking full metal orbs at you. You're going to die no matter what if you get hit by one of those things. So, but if you're Alternate Crusaders here, I mean, look at what they have coming up.
Yeah, I mean, you have 4 ultimates, almost 5 coming in, and they've been snowballing really well. It's just getting past Jaywalker's trance here.
There's a grab out from Hardman. The Transcends out from Consequence. Keep them up and kicking. You will lose Bakura here, but bomb out from Tyrell. Gonna be able to find Jaywalkers and no Transcendence left alive. And again, it's the same fight, just the third act of it here. You find one tank, but you lose everybody else.
All right, but to the notes but to Lava's credit, they are turning around and blocking bomb.
Yes,
they are doing the thing they are supposed to do. So there's still improvements. Yes, you can't predict that. Yes, you're going to get bullied out as you're blocking bomb. Alternate Crusaders were destined to win that fight just from pure ult advantage anyways. But there are a lot of high things coming out of Neptune's Nursing Home. And now with 5 ults of their own, this is the point where they put their foot down.
rally, bomb out already. The bomb will find one. Will get Jaywalker off the map right there, but that's gonna probably be the only thing that the Crusaders find this time. So same script, just, you know, turn the tides of it. Have it be Neptune's Nursing Home that gets all the kills this time.
Yeah, look, it's very easy to sit here and predict, oh, you have more ultimates, you win the game and go. It's like, yeah, that is fairly easy, but it's worth noting it wasn't a high investment for Neptune's Nursing Home. You still have 2 of your 3 support ultimates, and alternate Crusaders don't have anything. It's a dry fight for them. So too much investment is a bad thing for Neptune's Nursing Home.
Gonna win the duel there with Neptune. Shatter coming out will land on the 2, but it will come at Bakora's own life here. But are we gonna see the same script? Looking like we're not gonna be seeing it here this time around, where kills are going back and forth for the first time this round. But the Transcendence being forced out there by Jaywalker?
I'm not crazy about that. The grab gets also the sound barrier as well. This is nothing but positives
my
for
goodness.
Ultimate Crusaders, and 2 for Ducio. Means this is nothing but positives for Ultimate Crusaders decks.
Nothing but positives. Yeah, at this point right now, Shift just trying to stall at this point as long as it can. Finding... Okay. Finding Do is a huge pick. Finding Bakora is a huge pick. Bakora showing their displeasure there in the game chat.
Look, welcome to the life of Reinhardt, baby. That's just the way this is a lot of times. Neptunes will finally put their foot down and stop it. But they cost a lot for that loss, and now Alternate Crusaders, again, their treasure chest is much more full here with those ultimates.
Bomb out, gonna be able to find Lava that time around, so they got the shield turn, but just to save the rest of their team and not themselves. Grab coming out from Hardman, but where everyone is on by the cart, we'll keep that cart live, or push alive here. Both support ultimates coming out here, or basically every support ultimate coming out here from Alternate Crusaders as they look to clean this round up with a huge time bank in. Neptune will find one, but right now you're just seeing that Rhine of Lava be booped away. Neptune's Nursing Home just trying to keep this point contest alive as long as they can. Cajun just starting to clean up. 3 kills for them. Do get a die right there, but hey, 3.5 minutes is well worth the cost of that death.
It got scrappy at the end, but I think the Crusaders did a good job of exploiting, you know, the newfound weaknesses that they're seeing in the nursing home there. Because, like we said, they were chaining fights wins together. They were really kind of setting up those ultimate successes very, very well, and it became very clear that, you know, when Lava has to turn and look at the bomb, the rest of the team is just kind of unfortunately on their own, and that's just goats, baby. The Reinhardt has to cover down with that if there's no sound barrier available. So, you know, Alternate Crusaders just kind of noticing the aggression and really punishing it there. Kudos to them for doing so. They have a much larger bank. They will defend first. So, you know, they stand the advantage from this alone. It's hard not to give them their kudos for a well-deserved attack.
Yeah. Absolutely, but I mean, now focusing on this first overtime round here, Neptune's Nursing Home, I mean, it took them about 2 minutes last time to really get anything going, and that came off of the back of probably a mistake from Alternate Crusaders. They don't really have the time here to say, okay, we just have to wait for one ultimate mistake here from them.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to the initial dry fight here, and with Neptune Nursing Home being the known aggressor team, I have concerns that they will play into Alternate Crusaders' trap of, you know, maybe taking the bait on the Zenyatta and showing them some consequences.
Stratocaster already has 11% in that ult charge. Don't know how. Juno got 9
bullets and hitting flanks.
Yeah. But I mean, look at this. You've already kind of given up a third of your time here, 20 seconds down. You're going to give up half your time before really even making a move towards point here. And I understand you're trying to build some momentum up, but you've already lost the mech there from Ship. And now, I mean, we're just seeing the same script again. Ship loses their mech. It's almost the same exact one as we saw last time that Neptune's Nursing Home attacked.
Yeah, someone gets antsy from Neptune's Nursing Home. They try to take an angle they shouldn't. They try to get aggressive on someone they shouldn't, and then they get immediately punished for it. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Is Alternate Crusaders just luring them into a trap and then just collapsing onto them. And with 5 seconds, someone is going to give their life to get to the point. It's going to be the Lucio. No, it's the Diva.
Yeah, it's going to be the Diva. Neptune will die. Ship will lose their mech. The rally out from Stratocaster, and no ultimates in sight for Neptune's Nursing Home. Hell, none of Neptune's Nursing Home's players are in sight as well. Alternate Crusaders, 3.5 minutes, and all they need to do is get 1 tick.
That's a lot of time for 1 tick. That's a lot of time. That's a I don't even need to rush and win. That is I can give up a fight and just play for ultimates. We can take a slow fight, and capitalize on it, there's a lot of ways for the Crusaders to play for this. And considering, once again, we just saw Neptune's nursing home just kind of push their way, dare I say, feed their way into, into the time bank. It's going to be very, very tough. I think alternate Crusaders are just going to do the same thing again, except maybe play it slow, force Neptune's nursing home to get antsy, and then punish them for being antsy on that. That feels like what we're going to see unfold here.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, like you said, alternate Crusaders, they could play this very, very slow. Like 3.5 minutes is almost basically the entire round.
That's an eternity. Yeah.
It's almost a normal round here. Remember, you get like 4 to start off.
Yeah.
Or if you're alternate Crusaders, you can try to one fight and finish this, which is something I honestly expect them to do here.
I actually do. I really expect them to try to catch out Ship or Neptune, who are going aggressive pretty consistently. Just saying, okay, guys, let's just hold this choke, wait for one of them to get a little too aggressive, or maybe kind of try to go on consequence, and let's just capitalize on that, because this is one of those, again, this is one of those complex, it just seems like dumb swing at things in a death ball. There's a lot of intricate things that need to happen to make this comp work successfully.
Tyrell gonna fly over the wall right there and just kind of be a little bit of a turret up there on that high ground. Gonna get knocked back by a whip shot there from Juno, but still, this is exactly what alternate Crusaders did last time around. Nice boop there, gonna force Tyrell to use those jets to get up on that high ground, but Lava not necessarily noticing that they're just being pestered from up above, gonna have to fall back to the safety of their team, but a lot of the Danks here looking a little bit worse for wear.
They are looking worse for wear, and Tyrell is still kind of up in Narnia, so that's with that DMEC, that likely means that Neptune's nursing home have won it for now. Occasion will get we'll trade out 1, but that's a start. That means that alternate Crusaders can run this back pretty quickly.
Yeah, and right now, if you're Bakura, you're just trying to swing and get as much percentage as you can. You did find Lava there, so you're going to be able to build up that Shatter a little bit quicker. But still, the rest of your team is out, and did Stratocaster build up to a rally and use it in that first fight?
I believe they did, which is kind of crazy, considering that was how quick that went. And now in response to Neptune's nursing home, they have all 3. So again, a little bit maybe of an aggressive investment now might actually come back to hurt them. This time bank not looking so comfy.
No, it's not anymore, and you lose Consequences out early, and I mean, at least the beat is getting used on the other side. You might just take this fight as, hey, yeah, we've lost this one, let's fall back. But I mean, a minute and a half gone, 2 minutes left to go.
It's a dry fight, and that's kind of your best chance right now for alternate Crusaders. You really need to just pull out whatever ultimates you can, track them additionally, and not commit anything of your own. You are right now leading, in theory, in support ultimates. You have 2 that give you a better and a longer fight, but you have no grab, you have no bomb. I'm sorry, Hardman commits this early.
And, I mean, you're going to get the 2 support ultimates out from the other side, but a 4-man Shatter coming out there from Alt Crusaders. The bomb out as well. Jaywalker has to pop that Transcendence, but half their team is already dead and gone. They're going to have to rush back to the point in time, but that point is ticking up, already halfway to that 33% bomb out from Ship to buy some time. Not going to be able to find anyone, but no one from Neptune's Nursing Home going to be able to get back in time. And alternate Crusaders 1 map away from a rematch in the grand finals with 4th Impact.
I don't know what to say there, Dex, because that was one of those, we've seen this from Neptune's nursing home even in the first map, is they make a decision, they make a snap decision to go aggressive, to try to do something, and it immediately comes back to kick them in the teeth. And it's really hard not to look at that and just look and go, wait, we grabbed. Oh no, we grabbed. And the 4-man Shatter comes down and everything you were trying to do just gets immediately blown away. We were concerned about nursing homes, aggression. Was it going to be the reason that they get punished for it? And they were holding, they were doing great.
Yeah.
If they had not committed that grab, I actually strongly feel they could have pushed this to a draw, Dex. I think they really could have, if not maybe for a single snap decision of that grab.
But here's the thing. I think the grab was not actually a bad idea or bad usage of it. Because when you look at what it forced out from alternate Crusaders, it forced out the 2 support ultimates that were there. If that Shadow does not find 4, you win that fight. You win that fight, especially with alternate, like I said, using those 2 support ultimates, you put them behind the 8 ball for the next fight or 2. And at that point, you're really looking at the case of where does alternate Crusaders even get another fight after 1 or 2 more fights to build up those support ultimates again. So you're looking at a case of ifs here. And like, I don't want to be too hard on Neptune's Crusaders because, my bad, Neptune's nursing home. Because if that grab works, it
Yeah,
something
no,
that,
it's
like you said, makes that map drawable for them. And in their case, that's a win for them.
it is a very high risk, high reward moment in overtime like that. And it's, again, I can criticize that snap decision all I want, but that is a snap decision that is impossible to make. Sometimes you make that call and it blesses you, and sometimes it burns you. So it's one of those things that you can never truly predict. That is one of the beauty of GOATs in a lot of ways, is it's the smallest decisions that really set the outcome of every single map.
Yeah, absolutely. But speaking about the outcome, only one more map win needed here for Alternate Crusaders to punch their ticket to the grand finals. But we are going to give the teams a little bit of a break here. So everyone, we're going to take 5 minutes. We'll be right back with potentially the last map of this series. You're not going to want to miss it. Stick around. Alternate Crusaders carrying that momentum from their lower bracket semifinal win over Salutation Guz, up 2-0 on Neptune's nursing home here. I mean, second time in a row we've seen Neptune's nursing home be at this point, and I mean, so have Neptune's nursing home has looked better in this series, but they've also fallen back into those same little mistakes we were seeing last series.
Yeah, I'm afraid, Dex, to say this, but I think the nursing home might be getting shut down with how this all has been going, because another 3-0 for the side of the opposers of Neptune's nursing home is on the horizon. And I mean, look, 5 maps in the going 0 for 5 is really a morale breaker, especially when it's maps that you've played before, especially when it's maps that you've felt pretty confident on. You have to be really kind of struggling with the mental if you're the nursing home. And well, we're just gonna make it 3 for 3 on what are we playing this night. And everybody in chat, you just go ahead and say it. I'm not going to, but
Rialto.
yeah, there we go. I feel like we need to get a Dora the Explorer. Like, what map are we playing? For
That's what I'm
like
going for.
Dex the Explorer telling us what map we're going to. But yeah, like I'm concerned if I'm Neptune's nursing home. This is their pick. They're probably most comfortable here, but I mean, you lost it against Fourth Impact. You're down here again. It kind of just feels like we're just going through the history book again, Dex. I have concerns.
Yeah, but remember, coming out of the Fourth Impact series, we said this was by far probably their best map outside that first map of Lijiang Tower. But this time around, Lijiang Tower was not really a good map for them. King's Row was a much better map for them, in my opinion, when you compare the two series so far. So they're trying to take the small victories you had from King's Row and now bring them over here to Rialto, where, like we said, best map they had last series. They're trying to make it the best map they have this series because they need to keep it alive. And again, I'll be selfish and say, I want to see a fourth map. I want to cast 2 CP.
Yes, look, I'd also like to see some 2 CP. It would be a nice change of pace, but we'll have to pray to our gods and hope for the best, because Rialto, again, like you said, was one of the better looking maps for Neptune's nursing home, but it's still, you know, maps can only do so much when you need to rein in things like your aggression or keep your players on leashes. You know, normally I feel like I'm yelling at Rhine players to tone it down and kind of, you know, not charge in or not get yourself displaced. And instead I feel like I'm looking at the Diva and the Lucy and being like, guys, like, I know you're displacing, but please don't go to Narnia just to kind of output the Zenyatta into a bad position. Please don't put yourself so far out that you get punished for it. Because I feel like that has been kind of, unfortunately, the common theme is that, you know, these very mobile characters of the comp go out and try to displace or try to put some pressure somewhere else, and then get immediately punished because alternate Crusaders recognize either there's like a 3v1 or there's like a, you know, there's like a 3v2 on the front line that they can win. So awareness has been kind of one of those things that Neptune's nursing home really needs to tighten up.
Yeah, and again, we were almost saying the same exact things last series as well. And I really do hope that Neptune's nursing home puts on the performance on this map that they did last series, but just with a different outcome for them here. Because like you said, the nursing home might be shutting down, and you can hear the bulldozers coming to start building those luxury apartments.
Yeah, it's coming quick. Tyrell did take a lot of damage, so just cleaning up the focus fire is going to be a huge part for Neptune's nursing home in these dry fights. Beautiful, just like that. Beautiful. Just find a target, focus them down.
And this is exactly the start they needed here. Remember, it took them about a fight and a half to break through last time against Fourth Impact. This time around, a fight. That's all they needed. Yeah, very efficient, and hell, 30 seconds off the clock already, and they are rolling.
Yeah, that is huge. I will take that all day. Even if Hardman doesn't have a ton of charge, like, that is still beautiful. They are going to hold up here again, but now we need to make sure we don't hold this line too far. We need to make sure we are disengaging properly, and this already looks significantly better. So Neptune's nursing home in the 11th hour look like they are getting their mental together here, and this is exactly what they need.
Yeah, and the aggressive playstyle that we've been seeing from them all night is working for them this time around. They find Cajun Bakura out as well. Tyrell gonna be following them as well. I mean, this is working perfectly for Neptune's nursing home.
Yeah, pair that aggression with the space that they held too, because they had the high ground, they had the wide angle, they were able to kind of set up those crossfires. That's really what helped make that success. You can play aggressive. I've been dunking on aggressive play styles, but the problem is you have to be aggressive and then actually have something that pairs with it, like a crossfire or the focus fire.
And
Again.
Bakura, I mean, they just try to take maybe one swing too many there and just end up costing themselves. I mean, hell, you see everyone on basically Neptune's nursing home squad there taking them out. Point one, not that far away, and they're going to invest the beat in this one just to try to seal the deal. Transcendence coming up from the other side. Lava, though, going to be able to knock Consequences away here, but once that Transcendence goes away, Consequences might be going away as well, but no, the beat from Dew going to be able to keep them in this, and now Bakura back in this fight, and they're nowhere near a shatter, but Lava has won the bomb out from Ship as well. Not going to be able to find anyone for the shatter. Going to do more than enough here for them. They should be capping this first point here right about now.
Oh, this is a whole different team, Dex. I don't know where this nursing home squad woke up from, but apparently they had a nap in that break, and they look incredibly just different. Those uses of ultimates was significantly better. We pinned the Zenyatta away from the team. Just like, it just feels like something, like a switch flipped here. Maybe it's just being on match point and tournament life, but now as we fight for the high ground here, it just feels like this is a very, very different team. They have ultimates, they have grab bomb coming in, and they know there's nothing across from them, so maybe they capitalize here.
Grab coming out here from Hardman. They know there's no ultimates on the other side to really keep them alive, but they're not able to find anyone either with it. But you see the cart slowly starting to come around that corner right there. Alternate Crusaders are going to have to give up that high ground. Bomb coming out, a beautiful bomb. Not going to be able to find anyone, but you do still find two off of it. Tyrell and Caden are going to be able to find two of their own trades each way. Tyrell throws out the bomb, just trying to get themselves back into the mech. They're going to be able to do that here, but Alternate Crusaders, I mean, if they can find one more pick here, they're going to be able to stabilize.
Yeah, and I mean, now you have Lava, who's kind of out in no man's land. If they turn around and focus this, this is, I would say, this is kind of in like a decent spot, but there's not enough spot for them to hold. They do have the ultimates though, so when the squad rolls up, they should be able to hold out.
Rally out here from Juno, grab, beat out from the other side, shatter out from Lava, will land on to 3. The beat from Dew, gonna be able to come out just in time, so already a costly fight for both sides here, especially alternate Crusaders, but Neptune gonna be able to find Dew out here early on. Bakura looking at a pin, not gonna be able to find it, immediately hit the brakes as they know they were charging towards Neptune, who would love nothing more than to boop him off the map here, but hey, you see that kill feed lighting up red here for Neptune's nursing home, and so like you said, this looks like a completely different team.
I can confidently say, I don't have stats in front of me, but I'm pretty sure this is the first time they've chained 3 fight wins together. Even on this last retake push here, they should clear this out without a problem.
They don't even get the touch.
They didn't get the
there.
touch.
And we're seeing Crusaders now fall into the mistakes that Nursing Home had last map of just using ultimates in fights that were lost. That Transcendence, I understand what they were trying to do, but they end up losing, and now they're just losing out big time.
It really feels like the aggression from Neptune's nursing home has gotten them the way. I said it works, and it does work, and you were right. We said that a while ago. But it just, you know, they're winning on the aggression. Alternate Crusaders really aren't able to get set up. And Consequence now coming out on the Moira. I think we've just decided, look, if we lose another fight, we need to be ready. We need something a little bit faster, and that is going to be the Coalescence.
Grab out here, but Consequence, yeah. Hi, you're on a new character? Yeah, you'll be the first one to leave as well. Cajun will find one. And that's going to be basically the only thing the Crusaders get here. Nursing Home. I mean, pedal to the metal, Crusaders. No breaks in sight.
Yeah, I'm actually just dumbfounded by this because this is incredible play. Their aggression is working in their favor, but it feels like alternate Crusaders are just giving them the mistakes to capitalize on.
Shadow not going to find anyone right there. Tyrell does have a bomb ready to go here. Ship going to use one of their own. Not going to be able to find anyone. Tyrell's bomb now out on the field. It will find Hardman, who poked their head around that cart just a little bit too early there, but Bakura going to be the next one to fall here. Alternate Crusaders need to try to find the next pick here to really give themselves a fighting chance in this engagement. Hey, they get rid of Neptune, the grab out here, and yeah, you're going to be able to force out that Transcendence from the other side as well, but still you're looking for a cleanup here that seems to be nowhere in sight. Coalescence now out here from Consequence. The first time maybe all tournament we've been able to see this ultimate come out here, but you're still seeing kills being traded back and forth. Finally, you shut down Lava, and it looks like you're going to be able to stabilize here for a moment.
It is the benefit to Moira is you have a lot more burst AoE heal. You also have a lot more just general heal with Coalescence, so the numbers are higher, but you lose a lot of the utility. And when the Crusaders just realize, look, we are just getting out damaged and we need something faster and a little more healing, this is what they ended up on. And now Neptune's back. They are back with Lava's Shatter. And it's up to Ducio to stop this because Lava has looked unstoppable in the front lines now. UCO has to have the counter for this, or Stratocaster has to come up big rally.
Oh, what a nice combo
What a
right
stun.
there by Juno, but Juno's gonna be the first one taking out the beat from Ducio, gonna be able to keep everyone alive here. Right now, if you're Crusaders, you're looking for one more, and that's exactly what you got right there. Finding Lava, finding Neptune. Looks like you're gonna be able just to stagger chip out. This is exactly what they needed here. Then look, that time bank is slowly whittling down. They had 4 minutes coming into this third and final push.
Alternate Crusaders were able to flip the book back and kind of to get control of the tempo of the game and where the fights were happening and how quickly they were happening. And suddenly, Alternate Crusaders are back in charge of the car. It's like letting your little brother drive in a lot of ways. They're going to drive fast. They're going to drive a little bit reckless, and you sometimes just have to yank them off and take control of the car again. So now with Alternate Crusaders coming into 2 more ultimates on the support side and 2 of the 3 on the aggressive side, Neptune's Nursing Home, they don't have an answer. Alternate Crusaders win with a huge play like that.
Poles's gonna come out there to be the combo. They find one, looking for a second, gonna be able to do that right there as well. If you're the Nursing Home, you're very happy about that though. You just forced out you just got 2 ultimates out from the Crusaders, and you're coming up to 4 of your own. I mean, you have to like that.
You're pretty happy with that. You are down to 30 seconds in last fight territory, and if you're tracking, you know that there are some more coming in. From the Crusaders, they'll have grab, bomb, and rally coming in. But the longer fight favors you. You have trance, which is so big. There's nothing to stop that now. And Neptune has sound barrier. You just don't overlayer them.
Bomb out, not gonna be able to find anyone. Grabs out from both sides as well. Beat out from Nursing Home, gonna be able to sustain him through the early part. There's that Transcendence, not gonna be able to save Hardman. Juno out as well. The bomb from Ship doesn't find anything. Shatter from Lava might be the most shadow that everyone sees, but still finds 2. Lava will find Cajun here, but now this is final fight no matter what. Tyrell will find Lava. The beat out from Ducio to seal the deal, and Alternate Crusaders, they're able to stop a Neptune Nursing Home team that looked like they were unstoppable at points.
Truly some heroics from them. Just phenomenal turnaround. And a lot of it stems from that recognition of just, all right, the Zen, our Zen, we can't win on the Zen right now. We are getting bullied. We need something a little bit different to change it up. And even as far back as here, you could see the Neptune's Nursing Home, their aggression, they just kind of always caught them looking. You know, they didn't know the Shatter was coming. They didn't know the Self-Destruct was coming. They didn't know where these pins were coming from. All these different pieces kept Alternate Crusaders going. So a change like that really did so much, just deciding, look, let's just give up the Moira. We're not getting value with the Zen. It's too slow. We're not winning. Let's go to the Moira where we can really, you know, put out some sort of healing that maybe will stabilize. We're losing in just the neutral, so let's try to balance that out. So a great call from them to do that, but an impressive run from Neptune's Nursing Home. They genuinely just looked like a different team. I wish we had seen more of this come and work, I should say, because we've seen them be aggressive all game, but I really wish we had seen this work much earlier, unfortunately.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, with that Crusaders hold there. They give themselves a win condition. And yeah, it's basically you have to complete the map anyway, but it's a win condition. And if you're Neptune's Nursing Home, you have to feel very good about that round, at least the first 90% of it. That last 10%, though, you have to start to think, what was going on? Was it really a Moira that was able to do so much to us there? If you're them, like, you cannot slip here very, very quickly.
No, this front hold needs to be very, very effective, and it needs to be safe. And you can even see Tyrell just setting up a crossfire, just peppering in, waiting to find anybody. And that's kind of the difference here, is that Neptune's Nursing Home, like you said, they need to be safe. They need to stall this out as long as they can. And with the cart pulling away, that makes it so much harder to really put the pressure on for that.
I mean, you find Lava, you lose your own Ryan. Cajun takes himself out with a right click. If you're Neptune's Nursing Home, you like this. Yeah, you love this even more now.
Yeah, this is good. They do get the cart away, but great shot. They do get the cart a little bit away, but you're happy to play by bridge. It's another chokehold that you can kind of play in that you get a little more cover from. So Neptune's Nursing Home really kind of cranking this up. I really do think they stand a little bit of a better shot here. They are ahead. Hardman has 90, is almost on a grab already, twice what Cajun has. So, oh boy, that's not going to get any use here.
Yeah, you're going to have to get a hold on to that one here. Hell, yeah, you saw them turn around and try to run, but they just decided, it's no use dying tired. I'll just stand here and let them kill me.
Yeah, you weren't getting out with that charge as much as you'd like to. So you'll get one more contest here behind the point A, but you do have only a grab and a trance going into this versus a bomb, a trance, and all the other support ultimates from Alternate Crusaders. So Longer fight favors them.
Bomb comes out,
Never mind,
finds
it's done.
one because Bakoro is able to push Lava off the map here. The grab might be your only saving grace, but at this point, you're not going to invest in noticing that this fight is already all but lost. You're going to try to stagger out as long as you can, but it's not going to be long. Yeah, that was Neptune right there. Bakoro, I don't think they recognized that for a moment.
It took a minute to be like, wait, I think I bumped into somebody, but yeah. Again, bomb into a charge, into something to disrupt the shield. Perfect. A+, that's what you need to do out of these teamwork situations. Neptune has gotten significantly better this map about doing that, but the alternate Crusaders have been doing it the whole way through, and now as we get this high ground, the cart will roll around the corner. That's a big move. That is a lot of displacement. Neptune's Nursing Home does have a grab and a bomb of their own. They have the chance to do the same thing.
Grab out there from Hardman, the beat out from Do, not going to be able to save those two right there. And I mean, you try to back up off this one here, you really don't have much left to say in this fight. You almost get Lava to fall off the map there, but not going to be enough. Oh my goodness, almost happened again.
Almost, very close. Again, the displacement is powerful, but CC is tough. You do get grab out, I think, though, if you are... what?
Not going to be able to find anyone there, and they're going back to their ways here again. I don't like it. You got Tyrell demeched, at least.
That's a concern, but that Diva will get it back pretty quickly. Like, you traded one for a mech is not a great trade out, so again, that aggression kind of burns them.
What a grab, but I mean, it's almost out of the way from no one there for alternate Crusaders to find anything. Transcend's coming out from Consequence here as they just want to get this cart going at this point. You lose Cajun, you're down one. Tyrell's able to get their mech back, so at least you have them here, but still, this cart is kind of moving slow at them for the moment. Shatter coming out from Lava will hit onto two here, but still, is there going to be a follow-up? Oh, they just charged into the mailbox that's right there.
Charge the mailbox, yeah, unfortunately. They do get the win out from it, though, so take that, the mail. You also get to go back to spawn, I suppose.
Take that.
It's been a long fight. It's been a long fight for Neptune's Nursing Home, but they are still looking good. They aren't out of it yet. They'll get this high ground back. And they do have two ultimates on board where the Crusaders have a shatter, and they kind of have to figure out what to do with this. The high ground should give Neptune's Nursing Home the cover to kind of set up for these plays, but oh, that's an early boop, and that's Ship getting consequence. Ooh.
Oh, Tyrell eats the grab, but just the Brian's getting booped for a swim there, and that heavy armor, yeah, even if they're the best swimmers in the world, they're probably still sinking like a rock.
Yeah, that might as well be cement boots there. It's just kind of unfortunate. Again, you had the advantage from Neptune's Nursing Home, but again, you go aggressive, you get a little too aggressive, and it punishes for you. Now, Alternate Crusaders, Sound Barrier, Shatter, Bomb, it's all there. They can close this out and keep themselves alive to the win.
Speaking of Bomb, it's going to come out there. Shatter does come out. Not going to be able to find anyone. That combo not going to work out for them this time. Transcends out from Jaywalker. Going to respond to with a beat from Do. Just trying to keep everyone alive. Now the beat out from Neptune. Not going to be enough to save Hardman here. Both Zars down. Bakura will be the next one to fall here. Stratocaster getting very aggressive right there. Trying to get rid of Lava, but not going to be able to find them just yet. Tyrell gets demagged. Still back and forth. Stratocaster going to be able to take care of their counterpart on the other side. Now they're going after Neptune here. Looking for anything. Not going to be able to find it. And I think you just have to kind of fall back here with only a little under 100 seconds left to go.
Yeah, it was one of those things of you could push this fight, but that only benefits Neptune's Nursing Home. They love longer fights like that. I mean, Consequence has Transcendence. There's a grab online for them, and there's no defensive ultimates for Neptune's Nursing Home. This has to be a good bomb, and it is.
It finds Do, but I mean, and you lose Cajun after it. Transcendence out as well. I think this is the fight done and dusted here for Alternate Crusaders, and if you're Neptune's Nursing Home, you love everything you saw with that one there. You found the value with the bomb. You got out the Transcendence. That's very costly.
It was a risky play, though, worth noting, because that bomb hits nothing. There is an ultimate in the play, and the Moira, it's the return of the Moira. We know we're in the last minute. We need to make this happen faster. We need to build ultimates faster. We only have a Graviton Surge for Alternate Crusaders, and Trance and Sound Barrier are a little far away, likely to get built in time, so Cajun needs to go fast.
Cajun, though, cannot die in this one here. Shatter coming out, finds floor! Everyone hits the floor! Stratocaster, Cajun, Consequences, all getting their name in that kill feed as it's a team kill and probably 0.2 capped.
It is a regular drowning pool here, Dex. The bodies have hit the floor. No, 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 please don't. Please don't commit into this. No, it is the last fight, and they're going to commit into it after they gave the point away, Dex.
We saw alternate Crusaders make the same mistake, but this time, at least when Crusaders did it, they only had 2 people alive to do it. This time, Neptune's Nursing Home committed into it, and they lose everyone here. And look at what that does for the Crusaders. Look at that ult bank.
And they gave up sound barrier for it. Neptune thought we could get into this, and now they gave up their treasure chest. The treasures are all on the side of Crusaders. Bomb, all 3 support ultimates. The longer fight only favors them here.
Rally out from both sides. Coalescence out here from Consequences. Transcendence out from Jaywalker. You're just seeing everything go out on the field. Grab, beat. How about 6 ultimates already? Will we see 7? I mean, Bomb. There's number 7. Number 8 out as well. Does anything find value? There's something finally. Bomb finds 1. Neptune out of the engagement as well. Ship. Man, they're no longer in their mech and probably no longer going to be alive for much longer. The crab lava just comes flying in as they got sucked in by it there. And does Neptune's Nursing Home, do they have anyone that can come back and touch in time?
Neptune is there to get the no, didn't even make it. Wow, both the bubbles from the Zarya are gone.
Whew.
And alternate Crusaders just close it out. Now, Dex, I look, I have to point this out there. The Moira was active on the win and the loss. Take that for what you will. And gets to play the game. Take that for what you will.
I mean, here's the thing. It's very situational because I think
Oh, yeah.
we talked about it. The Zen is just a little bit stronger throughout the night, but I think the Coalescence is the big difference here. The fact that it can do so much healing and so much damage, it really did help alternate Crusaders out there, especially when they needed. And they always made the swaps at the right time. Like you said, they made them with about a minute to go on their push. And, I mean, they made it basically when they swapped when the 0.3 push star for Neptune's Nursing Home. I mean, it worked out for them there. It's not going to work out for everybody, but it worked out for them there. But alternate Crusaders, they have their revenge match with a 4th impact after a lengthy lower bracket run. Make it 5 games down here. Probably the team that has played the most amount of series and the most amount of maps in this tournament.
The Crusaders have had a long crusade back to the promised land of first place, but it's still a long ways to go because they have their rematch, like you said, against 4th Impact. But if this matchup is any indication of what we're going to see in the grand finals, it is going to be a insanely close, insanely good matchup here, because the alternate Crusaders, they show that not only do they understand how to work the goats, but they also understand how to situationally use the characters and the swaps available. Like you said, the Moira, I'm kind of joking, but I'm also not really joking. The Moira was so important in these last-minute swaps. When you look at how the Nursing Home was playing, they were playing aggressively. Their goal was just to overwhelm and try to take these fast fights that they could win by burning out the team and before they could get set up. The Moira denied all of that by just simply allowing more healing and expediting that additional support ultimate around. So chalk in more healing. You want to talk about shorter fights. Zenyatta is better for the longer fight. Moira goes better for the shorter fight. So a great read from them. That kind of smart playmaking really does earn you a spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, and I mean, watching through those replays again right there, I didn't notice that 4-man shatter that we saw there from Bakura. It also canceled out a shatter on the other side.
Yes.
I saw that our producer put that in our chat during it, but I didn't know when it was. I thought it was a little bit later. I didn't know it was that one right there. An incredible play, because again, it's one of those if scenarios. What if it's Nursing Home's shatter that lands? That fight probably goes Nursing Home's way. But again, this series, Nursing Home, just a lot of
fantastic.
ifs. It was a great series, but again,
It was a fantastic series.
it really was. But going back to it, Nursing Home, we talked about after map 2, the ifs. If this happened, if this happened. You don't like talking about it a lot, but Nursing Home had a lot of those throughout this series here, especially against alternate Crusaders, where if they get something go the other way, maybe it's a tied series right now. It's 1-1 or they're up 2-1. It's a hard thing to have happen to them consistently, or as many times as it did this series. But I mean, they made it a far way in this tournament. Hats off to them. But all the credit here to alternate Crusaders. I mean, a long tournament or long lower bracket run here. And normally as you go on, you expect to be taken out by those teams that fall down. But no, they just handled their business. I mean, hell, they only lost 1 map after getting knocked down in this lower bracket.
And that is impressive in itself. Neptune's nursing home is very much a high risk, high reward team, and sometimes that reward gets you first. In this case, it gets them a third. So, condolences to them, but third is nothing to be ashamed of here. I believe you even get a little something out the door. So nothing, not the worst thing in the world. But we have one more game tonight, Dex. We have the granddaddy of them all.
Yeah, the granddaddy of them all, the grand finals of our year, basically here, are the start of our year with our GOATS tournament. It's going to be Fourth Impact taking on Alternate Crusaders. Y'all, we're going to throw it to a quick break, get everything set back up. So me and you are going to head out, and I believe it is Huntertainment and Megalast that will be your guys' guides here for our last series of the day. Make sure y'all stick around. You're not going to want to miss the grand finals.
Yeah. 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 Memories. Memories. Yeah. Memories. Memories.
Feel my heart, it's beat tight. Oh, my body's breathing. It's just you and me. Feel my heart, it's beat tight. Oh, my body's breathing. It's just you and me. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's free fall. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep.
We started the NA bracket this weekend with the 16 teams competing, rallying to make their way into the grand finals. And after days of competing, it has all come down to 2 teams here today, hoping to be the GOATS champions here of CGL NA. And thank y'all very much for joining us here today. It's already been a jam-packed weekend, a jam-packed day for that matter, but myself and Megalast gonna close things out on the NA side. Got a match between 4th Impact and Alternative Crusaders. And Megalast, got ourselves a rematch from the second round. These teams familiar with each other, and it's going to be one heck of a trek because, I mean, like I said, both these teams have performed extremely well. And honestly, especially for our alternate Crusaders, have a lot to prove in this matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to shake out. But before we can break it all down, you got to realize CGL, the fun's just getting started for the year, right? We got the GOATS tournament going on right now. But about 2 weekends from now, Kunoichi is going to be hosting an unofficial Calling All Heroes Rising Championship. We figured, hey, you know what? We could put it on ourselves since nobody else is going to be able to do it for us. And the CGL team more than happy to step in. So that'll be some fun for your viewing pleasure. But hey, in case you're not a marginalized gender and all you can do on that one is watch, you can look forward to season 15 of CGL. You got it coming in hot. You got, some new updates, some new fun things. South America being added into the rotation of things. We got all these tiers to be played through as well. So, grab your friends, figure out what tier you're going to sort yourselves into, see if you're good enough to compete for those prize pools, and really just make a run of it.
Yeah, CGL going to stay very busy for the first half of the year between Kunoichi and Season 15, so definitely going to be a whole lot of jam-packed action to get things going. But of course, for today, we got to finish things up here for CGL GOAT. Always a lovely time to be able to come back and, take care of business here in the good old times. But of course, we got to look at how things have gone today and have a couple of 3-0s in Mega Last, but you can kind of really see Neptune's nursing home unfortunately dropping into that 3rd place spot. And 4th Impact, who, by the way, off the back of that 3-0, I believe still has not lost a single map between not only the playoffs, but also throughout the Swiss bracket that we had last weekend. So Megalas, I mean, this is going to be one heck of a battle for us Crusaders to be able to come in today and try to take this win away.
Of course, it's going to be massive here. You can take a look at the bracket. A little bit small, might need a magnifying glass for this one. But the important thing to highlight, like you said, fourth impact coming through without dropping a single map so far. And they're not going up against nobodies, right? You see Shikigami being one of the teams they were able to dispatch earlier on, Neptune's nursing home, who just, ultimately fell in our lower final there. Now, on the other side of things, Alternate Crusaders, right? They actually lost to fourth impact, that second round matchup. And they just had to slowly but surely claw their way back. I'll do the math for you. In the bracket alone, not counting the Swiss stage from last weekend, this is going to be their 8th GOATS match of the weekend. That, average of 4 GOATS games a day. Even if you love GOATS, it's, a lot of games to get through. So you got to make sure you still have that energy and that momentum behind you right now, because Fourth Impact are looking to claim a trophy.
Yeah, it definitely seemed to be poised in that situation. It'd be hard to not call them the favorites just based on the previous results, not just against each other, but just in general throughout the last couple of weekends. But of course, speaking of that fourth Impact team, they're here to try to take away that trophy. And I can think of no better way to introduce them than to take a look at this amazing roster who has just entirely popped off throughout the entirety of this tournament. Between you got Evie and Ronan and Leo, we're going to be running things over on the tank, and Icy Sniper, Lotus, Hypno, again, gonna be on the support. And it's one of those situations where we get to talk about a lot of different dynamics of what goes on in team play. But for GOATS, it's very straightforward in how it's done right now. Fourth Impact, this is the team that has proven thus far that they can do it pretty much perfectly. And I mean, their record shows that very deliberately.
Of course, but on the other side of things, like we said, they've fought back. They've been willing to, claw and fight their way through it as they need to. Alternate Crusaders looking potent here. As long as they have energy behind them, this should be an interesting grand finals, finally giving Fourth Impact that rival they've been looking for. You got Bakura, Tyrell, and Cajun all on those reliable tank heroes, and then Stratocaster, Ducio, and in consequence, all on those supports. GOATS, it always breaks down where it feels very simple on paper, right? Just play 3 tanks, 3 supports, you become unkillable, right? But there's nuance. There's so many levels, so many micro plays you can make across each hero that can really change the level of the game here. So that's what you're going to be looking for Alternate Crusaders, those little micro plays that can certainly give them that one up to sort of upset Fourth Impact here.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely have to agree. I mean, 5v5 world of Overwatch that we live in, if you lose a support or a DPS, during a fight, that fight is very much still winnable in that situation. But you go into GOATS, if you lose your Reiner early on, or you end up losing, let's say, just an example, your Brig, it becomes twice as hard to try to pull back a fight in that retrospect. That's why you see a lot of these times, normally the team that gets that first blow, 3 out of 4 times, they're going to end up winning that fight. So it's very integral to keep everybody up to play as tight-knit and as communicative as possible. And of course, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do in this scenario, but these are the 2 teams that proved they can do it better than anybody else, Megalas. And we're going to see if they're going to be able to prove it and strut their stuff here today, as they've been able to do throughout the entirety of this tournament. And of course, Megalas got to start on one of the most iconic maps in Overwatch to get things going with GOATS here for our grand finals. And it's going to kick us off with Lijiang Tower.
Lijiang, the tried and true, the classic from Overwatch 1. We call it a classic, anytime it comes up in Overwatch 2, but GOATS just feels right on this map. It feels very at home here. Ignore the overlay on your screen. This is a first of 4. We are in a grand final here, so you got to make sure you're strapped in, ready to play it out, of course. But Lijiang, like I said, it's going to be an interesting sort of matchup because, normally you talk about the different styles and stuff you can run across all points. It's going to be pretty much standard GOATS on all 3 of these points, right? No real room for the Winston to outmaneuver a Reinhardt or anything like that to find value. The only sort of variant at that point is going to be if you're opting into the Moira versus the Zenyatta. Zenyatta, Discord Orb, does a lot of damage. Moira, lots of healing, lots of sustain, keeps people up longer. So it's sort of, which style teams have been preferring, which makes them feel a little bit better, whether they feel like they need to live longer in the fights or they need to, on the other side of things, kill quick.
Yeah, and we see a lot of teams will typically kind of go towards the Zenyatta more than anything else, but the Moira, I don't think is a wrong pick by any means. I think the only wrong pick that I've really seen is the Ana. It's really suffered a lot here, so it's going to be that swamp between the Zenyatta and the Moira, but going to have to see how it's going to go because momentum, big part of Overwatch, but it's especially big going into Ghost. You need to come in here, make a big impact on Lijiang Tower to get yourself a bit of an advantage going into this one, get things on your side. And of course, gonna get things inside that is a lovely picture first and foremost. But us seeing that picture means that we're gonna be starting on Control Center to get things going. I mean, we're already on an iconic Goats map, and if we're talking about an iconic sub map, I mean, this 100% has to be in the conversation.
I'm just sitting here trying to think about that picture as the pause is being called from the side of alternate Crusaders, but I'm thinking about that picture. Why is it here on Lijiang? This isn't Winston's home at all. The Winston, I mean, maybe the scientist that was with Winston on the moon came from here, but he was on the moon. Why does he have a desk on Earth with a picture?
Oh, you know,
I'm just actually trying to think of like lore wise why that picture's there. Like,
Yeah,
and that's just bothering me.
I'm actually going and looking this up right now. Actually, I'm a little curious about that as well because I'm like, oh, that's a cool picture. You know, to think that maybe that's not on the right map. There's also not a bunch of like lore on Lijiang Tower, which just feels a little weird. That one of the most iconic maps in the game. Not a whole lot to be
Well,
sitting by, but hey, you know, hey,
mhm.
just saying, just saying.
I mean, there's the nice nod to I believe it was like a fan of Blizzard or something. One of the astronauts is memorialized as someone who really enjoyed Blizzard games and stuff like that, and that couldn't get to play Overwatch. So, you know, nice little touch. But in terms of lore, yeah, Lijiang Tower not really specifying a lot. Maybe there's some stuff with like May somewhere. I know there's like maybe an interaction with May Juno I've heard in the spawn room. But guess what? You don't got to worry about May or Juno today. You get to worry about just these 6 heroes you see on your screen, maybe a Moira if somebody's feeling frisky. And, you know, these rollout heroes are going to be probably the most important part, whether a team's going to be able to get into the white room on that slightly elevated high ground at the top of the stairs first, or if they're going to have to concede that and try to fight on point.
Yep, no TPs here in this scenario, so it's a straight up race against the first, and Alternate Crusaders going to take control of the white room to get things going. Bubble control going to be very important for Cajun as well as Leo here today to really sustain the run as long as possible, and you have to be very careful as when you decide to use them here. You want to use them in those engagement situations like that and give yourself the biggest advantage to make it be as impactful as possible right now. There's nobody going down quite yet, but right now, Kitchen more than happy to kind of go in from the side right now, cross a little bit of separation, a little bit of damage as well as we'll see Hidden Oak at the very first pick. Your Alternative Crusader is going to start struggling from there. And this is what I was talking about. You lose somebody first, it becomes so incredibly tough to pull it back. And at this point, for all Alternative Crusaders, it's just going to be the contest of losing one at a time and eventually taking the reset. And fourth impact, going to start out strong and already going to see the match of the Briggs ready to go here.
Yeah, Rally, obviously, you know, all ults and goes, they're going to build super fast, but the Rally specifically, right, it's such a different type of thing that you have to be wary of, right? You have the old stun, you can stun through shields, sync it up with a lot of the rest of your team to do insane, crazy plays.
Both rallies currently activated right now. Nice stun onto Bakura right there, but not going to get any dice out of it quite yet right now, but eventually it's going to pay into its dividends right now. As the rest of fourth impact going to move forward, going to try to pick off one after another. Getting rid of Cajun would be massive because you get rid of all that charge, but we'll stay alive. We'll be able to reset for another fight, but Tyrell might not be as lucky.
Barely able to hang on to the mech here, but yeah, I mean, currently just the rallies being traded out, so it should be a pretty solid ult fight here, but fourth impact has edged out a bit of an advantage in terms of their shatter as well as their bomb here, so that's why you're seeing EV just looking for this chance to be able to drop the hammer.
Yeah, it's going to be massive. So Grab's going to come out online on both sides right now. Going to capture a lot of members. It's going to force out the Transcendence from both sides as well. Going to be a big ult fight here. It might be coming down to EV on the Shatter. Going to go through. Going to catch absolutely diddly squat there. Bomb going to be used. The beat going to be used. Everything's being thrown into this fight by both sides. And Alternate Crusaders are getting close right now. The Shatter on the way, but you might not need it when you get picks like that. At the end of the day, the heavy investment over here gonna pay off our Alternate Crusaders, and now they're also gonna have the rally bonus coming in on this next fight. So right now, that risk paying off big time.
Absolutely massive there. I mean, throughout that fight, you saw what they had to do to keep Bakura alive. You saw the Zarya bubble coming out, the defense matrix from Tyrell, even the sound barrier having to be dedicated at points. So with a quick re-engage from fourth impact, I'm sure they're ready for the shatter combo.
Yeah, it didn't quite go to the plan right now. The pin goes in, and he ends up dropping anyway, so the Ryan's going to trade out, which means very much still a 50-50 fight at this point. Going to see if you're willing to invest at all in the scenario, as the Riley's going to be used here, as well as the grab from Leo. It's not going to have a whole lot of impact, but it is eventually going to fall over right now if you're alternate Crusaders right now. Basically, try to buy as much time as you possibly can, get more people back, try to make some kind of fight out of this. Unfortunately, once you're in a scrappy mode like this, it becomes really, really difficult to make anything happen, with Cajun eventually likely going to drop here along with the rest of their team. Eventually, point getting back over to fourth impact right here. A really good job by alternate Crusaders to be able to kind of cause as much stall as possible, but now they're going to set up for potentially one more fight.
Yeah, they've already built up such a high level of percentage here. They currently have the only ultimate on the board, which is the Transcendence. Consequence not far behind, though. And these Transcendences, I mean, it's all about the investment, right? You could try to wait for a grab if you think this fight's going to go long, but invest it early, give your team that healing to potentially get a pick. It could also be the difference maker here. The decision's going to be crucial.
Yeah, Cajun could be the big impact player for this fight as well. Is currently sitting on 90% to this grab beat. Gonna be early here. Lotus don't have it quite yet right now, and the tank has dropped down. Fourth impact might be falling apart, and now they opt to completely back out. So now they got themselves a beat advantage for this next fight.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's one of those things where I see why you invested in the sound barrier, but you definitely aren't going to want that back. That's a massive pick, though, to take Hypno out of the fight. Give yourself more time, because right now, alternate Crusaders, that's what they're up against, is the time, especially with that waste of the sound barrier, like we were saying. So now in this next fight, you're probably going to see Gation try to grab somebody here at the door. Just one pick is all you need for alternate Crusaders right now.
Brilliant right there. Eventually going to go through, but Leo not going to be able to get that grab. Tyrell's going to be able to eat it away, and now the bomb is going to come alive right now, causing a bunch of separation. Cajun is going to go down first and foremost. Now alternate Crusaders have to go in with consequence here, and we're seeing these Shatter come through, get stunned out right now, and now the Rally's got to come online. It is an absolute dome by both squads. The bomb has to come up massive. Unfortunately, not going to find any enchilada there, and now from this point on, Megalast is going to be a pure will going into this fire right now. Only one person potentially have an ult in time, and it is not going to get there. It is just the stall out from this point on. The beat barely comes out online, but all it's going to do is stall the round out an extra few. Alternate Crusaders doing a great job on this, but fourth impact making it worth their while.
I mean, just a back and forth round, but ultimately, like you said, lacking that sound barrier from having to invest it before, it really put them at a massive disadvantage. Even with the gravity, just so many people surging forward on the side of fourth impact, there's just no way that you're going to be able to keep everybody up throughout all of the ultimates, through all of the craziness there. It is still a close round, right? A lot better, that it's a lot more than we want for alternate Crusaders. But they still have more to do to show that they can actually take rounds and potentially even take maps off of this fourth impact squad.
Yeah. Let's see if it's going to be able to go back the other way. And to be honest, I think it's very, very possible in this scenario. It was so back and forth right now. Archer Crusaders just have to kind of clean up a couple of these fights right here. They've been really good at ult usage itself, but they still have found themselves kind of in the back foot a lot of these fights where it's really important to kind of have the ult advantage. But first fight set on the way right now, and if you're Leo, you're focusing on getting a bunch of charge, and a bunch of charge is exactly what you have got. Gonna help take care of Bakura right now, and fourth impact gonna get the start that they were hoping for once again. Gonna knock Tyrell out of the mech, and now they're gonna keep charging forward, trying to find as many picks as possible, and they are finding them like crazy, but Bakura there to shield the team, get a reset as fourth impact gonna take a very clean first fight.
Very clean, well executed here, and already with Leo having such insanely high charge. And look at this, Ice Sniper about to have the rally online. I don't think alternate Crusaders are going to be expecting this in the slightest, and it's going to give fourth impact just a massive advantage in this next fight.
Yeah, I'm going to take the left path this time around. Early bubble going to be used as well. Just to be able to kind of get that charge right now, but Bakura going to go down first again. The rally has been invested, and now if you're fourth impact, don't need anything else but building up some more of that charge. Making sure Cajun just knock it out alive. Gonna lose all that charge, and fourth impact, I mean, very much taking this round for their own and not giving Crusaders much of a chance to get out there.
And there's, I mean, you know, there's no reason to them, right? Don't give an inch if you don't have to. Continuing, now it's going to be an ult cycle. Like I said, Leo going to have the Graviton up here. They find the Lucio a little bit out of position, but all Crusaders can't convert that.
Yeah, Gonna be potentially their best chance to be able to pull away on this one. Grab gonna be used though. No eat this time around for Tyrell right now. As we just see the Transcendence come out online, but I mean, Dukio's already down in the scenario right now, so it's gonna be really tough to pull back this fight. Shatter's gonna come online. It's only gonna catch onto one, but it's gonna be more than enough to finish out the fight. Gonna try to leave no survivors. No survivors will indeed be the case as Fourth Impact, despite winning those fights in a row and using ults, they still are very much tied up in the ult economy.
I mean, that's the thing, right? That shatter, definitely not necessary from Eevee at all. But like you said, the Transcendence, a little bit of a waste from consequence here. So now, the best ult fight alternate Crusaders are going to have is coming online here, waiting for Cajun's grab. But they got to find something.
Yep, gonna go in for this. A nice boom up into the air. Not gonna catch on to anybody, but gonna keep taking away time away from this clock. 85% right now. As low as being down means there's no beat on the way right now. So if Cajun goes in, decides to use this, there's nothing that's really gonna be able to protect him. As Bakura gonna go in for that pin. It's gonna pay off at the end of the day. And lucky for you, Hypno's also going to invest right now. In the scenario, they're going to invest in with the double right now as the bait's going to be used. Going to be slammed away at. They're still trading back and forth, but at the end of the day, Alternative Crusaders going to take away and fight in Fourth Impact. I think wrongly invested the double support ultimates.
I mean, the sound barrier ends up getting value because of the fact that Cajun invested Graviton there when it probably wasn't necessary. You already had to fix in that fight. But yeah, the Transcendence ends up being a complete waste here. Fourth Impact now is going to have to sort of just wait it out and find time, you know, with their own ultimates, right? They have to be able to build up to a heavy ult fight. They know there's a Transcendence from consequence on the other side.
Very interesting spot for the bomb to land. Does not get anybody, though, as Rally has been activated now. Both sides try to see if they can get the upper edge right here. Does a must-win right now for Alternative Crusaders as they're going to be grabbed into it now. Shatter comes down, going to get completely blocked away, but still fight very much in their control right now with Hypno out of the fight. Not going to have that Discord orb to really do anything. So Fourth Impact, you see they're trying to simply get out of there and keep everybody alive. And Eevee sustaining with half their health. They're going to get blown up at the end of the day. And for Leo, it's all about trying to survive with some charge right now. They should be able to get a very quick reset.
Yeah, a quick reset is going to be the name of the game here because Alternate Crusaders, you cannot fight without your Zarya before the impact. They smell the blood in the water. That's why they're walking forward, trying to get that Diva incredibly low here. But now just looking for the chance.
Oh, it's going to be a nice slam onto 3 right there. And now it just, because there's nothing left in the bank there. All grabbed in place, going to get decimated. And it is just now a couple of more touches right now. Unfortunately, it's all going to fall apart. Bakura, perhaps the only potential touch for this squad, but at this point, Fourth Impact having themselves a nice, confident appearance here. A nice move to close out Lijiang Tower. Fourth Impact going to take the lead to get us started.
Absolutely great plays from Fourth Impact here. They were able to sort of keep themselves in control for the entire map. Just having the momentum, being able to build up the lead early, and then always put, you know, Alternate Crusaders in a situation where they had to, you know, overinvest, overcommit into some of these fights. And, you know, even if it ended up being a situation where Fourth Impact would have to lose a fight, they were always okay with it. They knew that they could come in. They had more percentage to give, where they could just find those opportunities, find those openings later on in the round to be able to convert and actually get some rounds going. Alternate Crusaders, you know, it feels like they're close. They're not like on the precipice or anything like that, but it feels like they're solving this bit by bit here to figure out this Fourth Impact squad. But I mean, there's a reason they haven't dropped the map so far.
Yeah, that's kind of the situation right now, where it's really tough to think that Fourth Impact are in any sort of a bad place. They're very much playing the game how they're supposed to be playing it. Alternate Crusaders are very much in that ballpark as well. It's kind of like you said, I feel like it's not that far of a distance between these two teams right now. It's very much the little things that are being involved in here. I think there's a little bit of extra aggressiveness that Fourth Impact is kind of bringing right now that makes it really hard for Alternate Crusaders to really respond in any meaningful way right here. Especially they win these fights early with all their aggression, and then they're able to go in with such a big ult economy where even if they do eventually lose, they end up losing it around, like, you know, the 90, 95, 99 meter mark, where, or percentage mark, I should say. It is just one of those scenarios where they do have a chance in this right now, but it's going to be a lot of these early fights they have to clean up so they can give themselves some level of momentum to work with early on.
Some level of something that has to be worked with here, you know, absolutely more than agree here. It, again, like, it's one of those situations where we're still early on. This is only map 1 in the grand final, so there's plenty of time for that bounce back to occur for Alternate Crusaders. But, you know, it's such a shame because normally you love to try to be able to point stuff out, be like, oh, this team is doing this wrong, this player is misstepping here, there's really not any egregious mistakes. Like here and there on both sides of the coin, you're seeing an ult be invested probably where it doesn't need to be. But other than that, it's fine. Like these two teams are just matching up against each other. One team ends up having to win, and it's being fourth impact a little bit more often simply because they can sort of consolidate that damage a little bit more effectively here. So heading into map number 2, I mean, this still can be anyone's game.
Yeah, I think it very much can in this scenario, but obviously you don't want to go down in too old-fashioned and have to claw your way back. And it's going to see if that's going to be the case, as we do know our second map Megalast. It should be absolutely no surprise if you've been watching throughout the weekend. Second map hybrid, it's going to be King's Row. So once again, it's going to be a very straightforward affair going into this one. Not going to see any surprises. Nothing should realistically catch you off guard. So again, Megalast, just like our first map, it's very much just going to come purely down to the skill here, to the team play. So again, it's just one of those scenarios where I think it genuinely is as simple as that.
Where are my goats and Bonnie enjoyers? Where are they at? Like, you can run the Winston on point A, you go Ryan after that. Like, it's kind of chill. Everybody minds their own business, has a little bit of fun on New Bonnie. But all it is, these Kings Row kids, these Lijiang kids, like, it's goats. You got to go to these maps, right? You're probably going to see very similar map pools the entire weekend long. You probably have, actually. I'd say C, like, there's still more games. No, this is it. This is the end. But, I mean, hey, listen, if it's not broke, don't fix it here. And like we said, Alternate Crusaders, they are very close. They're not, like, getting skill gapped by any means or anything like that by fourth impact. So, keep it consistent. Go to these GOATS maps to where you can make it all about skill and see if you can finally be the one to convert, find some of those extra fight wins to be able to take the map away here. But, only time will tell if that strategy is going to keep paying off.
Yeah, of course, both these teams, having played each other previously, have played King's Row against each other very much previously. Obviously, Fourth Impact ended up winning that, but kind of double down on my notion, they end up actually committing to a full hold the last time these two teams faced against each other. Alternate Crusaders not even able to get themselves that first point in that scenario, so now Alternate Crusaders very much don't have a bar that can go any lower in this scenario. Even getting past that first point would be, in that sense, positive right now. But if you're on King's Row, I feel like if you want to have any realistic chance of trying to take away this map, you need to at least get to that second checkpoint. I think anything lower than that, and it's going to become a big problem if you want to try to hold on.
Yeah, and, all those different choke points and things like that are going to be, kind of important as we move and go throughout the maps. But it's again, we're going to have to sort of wait and look around here. Seems like Alternate Crusaders are going to be on the attack first, and I didn't even know Leo could just get up here. I didn't know the parkour was like that still.
It's kind of just, it feels like a why not scenario. Looking at that right now is a nice little slow-mo, because why not? Server's having a very fun time right now, as Stratocaster has already gone down super early right now, and for Bakura, not having that great of a time, as it's going to be a quick cleanup right there. Tyrell, though, is going to be able to get out and save the mech. But for Archer Crusaders, the single bright side is that does end up being a very quick fight.
Yeah, I mean, blink and you miss it type of fight here, which is exactly what you want. Yeah, just Leo showing off what the parkour skills truly entail. And again, no reason to not hold up there, right? If you know the enemy is not going to be able to force you back by any significant means. Now it seems like there's going to be a bit of a rotation. It's a split rotation. You have half the team on high ground, half the team still fighting Statue. Alternate Crusaders, what's the plan?
Well, play might be going right in the face right now, as the Trano has come through right now. Cajun in a rough scenario. Bakura maybe not too far behind in that regard, as eventually Brian's going to fall over. Hypno does get taken out, though, so if everyone can survive and reset, Hypno is going to take a substantial amount of time to get back, but that time is negated as Tyrell gets knocked out of the mech.
Yeah, and so now out of the mech, you're going to have to wait for that Diva to respawn here. And the upside, not a full reset, because Occasion gets to keep some energy here, but that grab's going to stop that.
Yeah, and I mean, Lucio does have the beat, but at that point, it's almost like not worth it in that retrospect. You're better to kind of hang on to it, basically to be able to copy Lotus when they use theirs. So, I mean, at the very least, they've worked into some good ultimates. This is probably realistically the best shot they're going to have to be able to take a fight away here.
Yeah. So now you're looking forward into this next fight here. Like you said, going to be their best shot. You have a lot of everything online here, but you just don't want to overinvest, right? As long as the less you can use, the better.
Yep, rally has been used right now. Gonna go for the big slam, but Hubble and Shield both gonna block it right now. Gonna see the big investment. Both feats gonna be used. Hypno has gone in to see the bomb be brought up. Akora is gonna go down of all people. A bomb gonna be thrown right back right now. The Boop is actually gonna get Icy Sniper up into the air and gonna take care of business. Unfortunately, while it is a 5v5, it's 5v5. That very much is to the disadvantage of alternate Crusaders right there. Tyrell gonna be knocked out of the mech again. Gonna be staggered out, and this is the last thing you want if you're a D.Va player.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely the worst thing here. Tyrell, yeah, just being stuck in the backline. Finally, Eevee is going to deliver a swift justice hammer to the face here. But, you know, heading into another fight here, 4th Impact, you know, they're trying to currently get their own mech back in place here, and it's going to be an early Transcendent.
Yeah, and you're gonna have to use that if you want to try to have any point of winning this right now, but Graf has been invested. Not gonna be any solutions left for alternate Crusaders here right now. Consequence getting super duper low right now. And it's a support line that is suffering right now on their squad. As 4th Impact gonna go in with all that pressure once again. Receiving everybody out alive here right now. You just gotta prioritize your D.Va and your Zarya. Unfortunately, Tyrell gets literally like yoinked back into the fight, and now gonna be able to barely escape. And with 40 seconds left, it is not looking good for this alternate Crusaders lineup, unfortunately.
I mean, yeah, it looks like they're trying to do a touch the spawn door challenge, just shy of completing, might I add. But now with the Shatter online here, I mean, Eevee holds all of the cards. Bakura surely is aware of it, and it's going to create such a dichotomy in that Rhine duel. Tyrell, again, I feel like every time we look at this player, they're out of mech.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, and now it's about setting up a touch, because normally you can sacrifice your D.Va to go in for a touch, but now you don't really have that. You have to push forward, and now a Shatter could be the thing that ends it all, and right now Eevee is likely not going to give them even a chance to get their grab. Comes out, and it gets a nice, tasty wall over there as a beat has been invested right now. Shatter's not going to catch on to anything as Tyrell is going to eat the grab. Unfortunately, it might not be enough in this scenario right now. Got a couple of bodies getting low right now. Bakura getting 95 to that Shatter. Unfortunately, it is not in time right now. A bomb could be a bit of a celebration factor right now as more bodies getting onto the point. Tyrell going to be the last person standing. Bomb gets used, but unfortunately, it's not going to result in a touch of history. Has repeated itself here. Megalast, another full hold for 4th Impact. So all they need is one tick, and they'll be able to put themselves up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about how close Li Zhang was, but this was anything but, right? I mean, it was just a dominant full hold. You really saw no weaknesses on the side of 4th Impact, constantly being able to find Tyrell, keep that D.Va out of mech, make them waste time, either dying, resetting, or whatever it may be to get back into the fight here. And you know, that's just a good play from 4th Impact, right? Alternate Crusaders, they really had no chance to find an opening at any single point of this. By the time they got their ultimates online for a massive fight here, like you see, just over their support ult is going to keep everybody alive.
Yeah, 100%. It's just beautiful team play here from 4th Impact here. And there are a couple of, like, very small hiccups, but despite that, I mean, they're just playing excellently, as well as you realistically can, given the situation right now. And alternate Crusaders have done what they can realistically to try to break through this, but now it's the struggle, and it's a scenario where I'm not sure how you realistically hold in this scenario right here, but it's almost has to happen in a retrospect, or at the very least, they have to commit some long hold here, because, I mean, when you're in this scenario, Megalast, I don't have the words to say that it is so incredibly tough to try to come away with this if you're alternate Crusaders.
I mean, yeah, those are the words you would use. Just absolutely going to be brutal here. You're fighting for a draw for certain here, and so alternate Crusaders, they got to make it work. They pretty much have to replicate that same level of success. You're probably going to need a little bit more confidence, but you're seeing already they're holding on this left side of statue, where, you know, you're already in not favorable positioning. It's just going to be 4th Impact waiting for their bubble cycle for their next stage.
Yeah, and that's a full bubble feed as well. Ronan just goes in, and Leo just gets all that charge. So right now, Leo's going to be able to move up here momentarily and pretty much get the full charge. And as soon as they get the full charge, it is going to be a straight-up W key for this 4th Impact squad right now. Already taking away a ton of damage right now, trying to work up to one of these ultimates right now, but they're more content to take their time, Megalas. They have no reason to rush into this. They have 4 minutes as the sun comes through, and this could be signaling the beginning of the end here for Li Shang Tower. Body's getting low, a nice stun though. Gonna give it a little bit of room to breathe right now as EV is there right now, but Beat gets on early for Alternate Crusaders right now, so gonna be able to bounce them away, but the rally is here and ready to go. Shroudcaster doesn't quite have it online yet though. Eventually he's gonna have it around the corner. It's going to be used, and now 4th impact being pushed back against the wall right now, but Ducio has gone down. Shatter has been invested. He's going to get multiple bodies on the ground, but Transcendence going to be able to keep alive most of them for the time being. Unfortunately, the numbers game is playing its factor one at a time. A victory. Transcendence looks to be coming the way of 4th impact right now. Tank has been blown away, and it's all a stagger game at this point. 4th impact right now seem to not be able to be stopped and has set themselves even further within the series.
Yeah, doing absolutely massive plays here for the side of 4th impact, and looking at some of those fights, right? I mean, like, again, like, what are you supposed to do if you are the alternate Crusaders? Like, I'm not saying it feels hopeless or anything like that, but it just, it's one of those things where they got to take their time, right? We saw how many bubble cycles they went through and things like that, just sort of making sure that 4th impact was able to set up the fight just right the way they wanted to, being able to get that good punish onto Ducio, who over-aggressed with their own sound barrier. I mean, it was just chef's kiss. It was just great goats play here. And Alternate Crusaders, they just couldn't keep up. That's what, the worry starts to become when you're picking these purely, skill matchup maps where you're not able to sort of play into it with fancy rotations or anything like that. Just playing a raw, straight-up game, it's going to be difficult against these top-tier squads.
Yeah, I think that kill out of Bakura right there, I think that was the real backbreaker. That was the fight where we talked about how that was likely going to be their best opportunity to be able to go in and come away with something. Also, that could not have been timed any better in that situation between the Shatter as well as the Bash. But either way, it's a rough scenario here for Alternate Crusaders, and 4th impact just seemed to be trying to take care of business, trying to pretty much round this all up. They were the favorites going into this matchup here today for the grand finals, and so far it's very much gone down that route, Megalas. But still a chance for Alternate Crusaders to be able to bounce back. So when we come back from this break, we're going to give them another opportunity to be able to come back and try to make this series happen. Do we see a potential reverse sweep start coming around the Mist, or is 4th impact going to simply take this away and call it a night? You can find out after this break. So far, a one-sided affair here for Fourth Impact, hoping to claim themselves the title of CGL GOATS champions. And so far, it's looking like it could very well be a possibility. Currently up 2-0 as we are back from our break here. Alternate Crusaders putting up a good fight back on Leisha Tower. Unfortunately, Kings are not really able to get anything working, and now Megalats, it's becoming a really rough scenario because the opportunities to come back have dwindled more and more and more. And it's going to come down to this third map, and it's a scenario where Alternate Crusaders need to make this happen. There is no pun intended, there is no alternative to this situation. You must come away with this if you want to keep your hopes alive.
Yeah, it's going to be sort of an interesting situation here that, alternate Crusaders, like you said, they definitely are going to have to fight and crawl their way back. We are heading over to Escort, and I'm going to slightly disagree with the choice. Heading over to Rialto, because again, this is another very standard GOATS map. During the GOATS era, you saw this map all the time. The rotations are set in place. You know what every single team is going to do on this map. There's no, fancy footwork or anything like that, just like Kings Row, just like Lijiang. It is purely standard, a matchup, player against player, and we saw how that's gone so far, right? Obviously, it looked better on Lijiang, but Alternate Crusaders, I think we mentioned it at the start here. This is going to be their 8th match of the bracket, right? Over the course of 2 days. It's long. It's going to be tiring. That's just sort of the nature of it. But you can definitely see that maybe the steam is starting to run out, whereas Fourth Impact, they haven't dropped them out. They've sort of been just winning and chilling.
Yeah, it's kind of worth noting right in there. Fourth Impact come away with this next map right there. They will have had a golden tournament, not just a golden bracket, a golden tournament, not dropping a single map away. And that is in the realm of like Megaless, I believe in the realm of like 30 maps at the minimum that they would have had to have won in that scenario. That is not something you see every day, but they still try to make it happen because we have seen things happen before where these big teams come in, have a great start, and suddenly the underdog comes out and starts pulling things out, start making things very interesting. It's very much a possibility. And with Rialto, it is very well possible because this isn't it's not as traditional as something like Lijiang Tower, like Kings Row, where it's extremely straightforward how you play it. I think average Rialto to kind of spice things up and not have to just build through the same exact minutes, but still a scenario where if you are ultimate impact in a scenario where you can make if you want to have a chance of taking this away. I genuinely don't believe there's an alternative outside of that.
I'd go even farther. I would say you have to be on third point somewhere far back into the reaches. Which, we did see them, their series before this, right? In the lower final, we saw them have a nice, amazing push. Even though it had to occur some points in overtime, they were able to get the job done here. Now, bit of a stealth push here. You're seeing that they're having to do the tech of pushing the Diva mech because otherwise the Diva's footsteps are just too loud. They make too much noise. Granted, they're sitting here typing that they see them, so I think maybe the jig might be up for fourth impact, but I don't think it'll stop them from trying.
I mean, you have no reason not to. Ronan's going to hang around. Ronan, though, might not be in the most ideal of places right now. Is pretty much just buying a ton of space over here right now, so I love what I'm seeing right now with the aggression. Bakura somehow is going to be the first one to go down as Ronan ends up taking a swim in that mech. He is not waterproof, ladies and gentlemen. So with that pick onto Ronan, this actually creates a big opportunity right now as we'll see the pick come back over. Turbo going to get knocked out of the mech right now, but Fourth Impact more than content to try to hang around and make things happen. And to be honest, there's no harm in really doing this close hold. Take it, 40 seconds off. You get to go play up on the further choke anyway. So honestly, regardless of how fast that may or may not have been, I think you gotta be happy with that at your Fourth Impact.
Yeah, I mean, more than happy with it, I am sure. But again, it's all about just buying times with those spawn holds, right? You never expecting to actually be able to hold there for longer than I'd say about 2 minutes is like the best that you could ever hope for. And it's just about, getting those timings out and things like that. So now Alternate Crusaders are on the true first fight, this first corner, and they're getting grabbed.
Yeah, no real defense quite yet. Beat's going to come online, though, so gonna have that answer ready to go. Fourth Impact doesn't quite have that answer to their name, though. Best fight very much still alive for both squads right now, but be struggling a little bit to be able to stay alive, getting a lot of health right now, but gonna have to back up and take a reset here as the break is suddenly in all the way right now. Gonna be able to barely survive for the time being right now as they gotta play for the corner right now, for instance. It's gonna be activated to keep everybody alive. It's gotta be a big slam, and a big slam it is indeed. It's gonna be 3, and Heavy's gonna be knocked off the map, and this is gonna be a very quick take right here on first point here. A little bit of extra stall coming through right now, but for Ultimate Esports, more Alternate Crusaders, I should say, this is exactly the start you needed.
Exactly what they needed. In Fourth Impact, it looks like a stumble, right? I mean, you think back to how this sort of series of fights started, Leo grabbing the entirety of Alternate Crusaders on that first corner. No real kill coming through with that Graviton. That follow-up that they've been so good with the entire series long, just not present. So now holding this high ground is going to be crucial here, as both teams have some decent ultimates to work with on both sides of the coin here. I'm especially looking at this rally for Stratocaster, though, to be the turning the tide.
Yeah, it's getting a little messy now right now if you're Fourth Impact. You have a Shatter, but I don't know if it's really worth using, but they go for it anyway. Gonna catch on to Ducio, will eventually take care of them. And it looks like they will be able to come away with a fight win there, but also Icy Sniper ahead ends up using that rally, so now they don't have an answer to match Stratocaster for the next fight.
Yeah, I mean, not having that rally matchup is going to be very crucial here to try and, because we know how impactful it can be, giving everybody that extra armor, that extra healing.
Yeah, Bangui thrown up in the air, gonna make things very awkward doing this push right now as gonna see a bit of a back and forth, gonna see a nice pit over on Eevee to take care of business right now, so he can be used here as well. This is a big situation right now as Leo, not the most ideal of solutions right here, eventually gonna be taken care of right now. And while this has been a very back and forth affair right now as Ducio is barely able to get out as Lotus is still hanging around right now looking for a boot of some kind. Unfortunately, not gonna have the impact. It looks like eventually Alternate is gonna be able to make some level of progress here, but with the Ryan back already, I mean, this is, never mind. All right, fight's over. Eevee took a swim.
Yep, the Rhine in the river is going to be the end of that one here. And so now, again, it's going to be about this push, right? You're seeing the rest of Fourth Impact getting out, making sure Leo in specific does not get that charge reset. Now going to have their own rally coming into this next one for the massive impact, and Hypno having this Transcendence as well, just in case things don't go Fourth Impact's way right away. I mean, it should be a good defensive fight.
Yeah, 100% should be. In this scenario right now, it is a big fight when it could be for Fourth Impact here right now. Speed has been invested right now. Sniper has gone down, so not gonna have the impact anymore. Transcendence is going to be used, which means there's gonna be no answer when Cajun eventually is gonna have this grab up. And now it's looking rough in this scenario right now, as Consequence is gonna activate this Transcendence to try to come away with this fight when Eevee gets launched into the fight somehow, and now things are getting very dangerous as Leo has considered going for this right now. Eventually is going to right now, has found one, needs to find a little more than that. has been able to do so as the rally is online right now. Stratocaster thinking they can keep their team alive right now. Unfortunately, it's a really rough scenario. I'm not sure if they can pull it off, but right now, the proven Meowswise, as they dumped everything into this fight to try and take it away. Big Slam gonna come online as we have big block though to keep them alive temporarily, but eventually the gamble does not pay off, ladies and gentlemen, as alternate, as far as they have pushed, they eventually have to take a reset here as Megalast. None of these teams want to sacrifice this fight away.
No, they want to keep going into it time and again here. And, you know, more power to them, but this is just going to give more power over to the defense, who can get back a little bit quicker with how close this payload is towards the end of the map. But all is said and done, you're looking at a good ult advantage right now for Fourth Impact here. But, you know, still this Shatter from Bakura can be the difference maker.
Yeah, right now, Lucio getting a little there for a moment, but he's going to be able to stay alive right now. Bakura rocking that NYXL, because why not right now? Could be a big Shatter to get things going. Unfortunately, it's a big block instead for Avi right now. Bomb will be thrown up in the air. Gonna get a nice little pin, and we'll get rid of Ducio in the scenario, and Ronan is able to knock out Tyrell in the process. So for all Crusaders, it is a situation where you have to take a reset, and you have to take it quick. And to be honest, you can't be too mad with that fight. I mean, you're back in a scenario where you are going to have the support ult advantage.
Yeah, and back, you know, having that advantage back in your saddle is going to be nice here, but, you know, you're starting to worry about this dwindling time bank, right? It's going to be a potential one-fight territory if this takes too long to set up, and already the engage is there for Fourth Impact. Yeah,
could be dangerous right now. It's trying to go in. Tyrell getting super low. Cajun is in the same realm. And now it's going to be rough right now as the beat has been invested, but they're being drained one after another right here. It's all about trying to find a touch, but with Ducio being the only person who can reasonably touch right now, Tyrell knocked out. It looks like, ladies and gentlemen, if we're to see if overtime takes over, it will not. So the goal line is set for Fourth Impact, 90 meters into point 2 right now. That's what you need if you want to take this title away. And for alternate, I mean, it's going to be a rough scenario. You need a really good first point hold if you want to have any chance of holding on to this.
Again, you're probably going to come back to that spawn hold, right? You're going to need pretty much the maximum level successful spawn hold if you're alternate Crusader. There's just no other if and or but about it. The later it goes into point A, it's just going to get more and more attacker favored. You're not going to have as many good angles or anything to hold for the defense. A lot more open for that damage to consistently come through onto you in places where you might not be able to get healed as much. And overall, it just gets worse once you're out of those first few turns of the map. Then second point, again, you know, it's all about that high ground control, being able to sort of balance that with getting on top of your opponents when you need to. Really, it's a complicated affair here for sure, but Fourth Impact, I mean, they smell the blood in the water. The golden tournament on the line here, as, you know, this is pretty much theirs to lose right now.
Yeah, that's kind of situation we're in right now, and it's going to take a lot. And now the question is whether or not the close hold gets committed. And as you can see from a bit of the silhouettes on the right side, we indeed are going to see a close hold here. We didn't see it work out too well for Fourth Impact. In fact, kind of due to that, it kind of got snowballed away earlier. So for alternate Crusaders, they have to have a better close hold here in the scenario if they want to set themselves up in the right areas. This fight has gone on the way, ladies and gentlemen, right now, as bubbles have been used early on here. Right now, Hypno getting forced back into the spawn room as Cajun already suffering a little bit right now. A nice move to be able to knock in Eevee in that situation right now. But either way, Megalast still very much going back and forth. First pick going to be very important right now. Crusaders doing a good job, but Lotus comes away with a 2K boom. And that full hole is going to fall apart immediately, as going to get a little under what you got earlier for Fourth Impact. So Ultra Crusaders just got to go set up for another fight.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, now you're going to be out of these first corners of the map. Like, look at this, right? Once you're in the courtyard area, where do you hold if you're a defender where there's natural cover to protect you from something like a high charge Zarya or Diva Micro Missile? There's none. There's no cover anywhere in sight. You're just going to be raw taking that damage either onto a shield, a bubble, or anything the entire time you're out. So it's going to be very, very difficult here for the defense to muster anything.
Lona gets low there for a moment, but gonna get sustained right now. But shield is getting low right now. Bakura also getting low. Shatter's ready. Could be the biggest slam of the day right now, but might not need it, but gonna go for it anyway. Gonna take care of business. Coalescence has been activated, but it is not gonna stop Leo from going off one after another. Beat has been activated. They need to win this fight so incredibly badly. Unfortunately, the numbers aren't there. The ults aren't there. And fourth impact, 5 minutes to just move 90 meters in. Alternate Crusaders are beside themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that was a rough situation here, especially considering the invest, right? That's all 3 support ultimates down the drain. And now Consequence over to the Moira here, hoping that that can be a little bit of the difference maker, more healing, but losing that Discord means that these picks are not going to come as freely in terms of your damage, so it's going to be something to watch out for, whereas Fourth Impact, I mean, they're holding position already on the high ground. They've got it all.
Yep, gonna be a nice boop in right now. Bakura gets thrown in 97% to the shatter, and it's falling apart, and now it's a weird thing. You can't really take a full-on reset. Someone has to eventually go and touch this. Hypno has found 2, and now it is all falling apart. They have backed out as far as they can, but the numbers game has played its card. Gonna see if the pin can make it. The Diva coming back. The Zarya trying to come back, trying to make it. Will make it within a meter, but they get knocked around the point. A fifth of a meter could be the difference right there, and the grab is gonna settle things. Ladies and gentlemen, Fourth Impact cleaning things up. Just a couple more to go. They will have the golden tournament, not dropping a single map, and will be your CGL GOATS champion of North America.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely stunning here. They don't drop a map all tournament long, just looking absolutely incredible every time they hit the server. Lotus, you know, it'll be the 2K, yep, just right there, into the river, quick as you like. But just overall, amazing play from them. They really did earn it. You cannot say anything really beyond that, right? They showed up. They played a very surgical, very precise style of GOATS. You know, nothing fancy, but it was simply by the book, exactly what you were supposed to be doing. And no other team really could compete here. We saw Alternate Crusaders on that first map. They were giving them probably the best go of it we've seen from anybody, but unfortunately, it's, you know, again, Alternate Crusaders, they had played so many matches today. I think that they just ran out of gas in the tank, especially here on Rialto, and they just couldn't get anything done.
Yeah, it's unfortunate when it gets like that, because sometimes it can be an advantage to play a lot within a couple of days. We see times where, you know, teams play their second match of the day. They are at a certain level of energized where they're able to kind of have more impact and kind of play on a different level. But when you get to that third matchup, that's when things kind of start to kind of struggle a little bit. It's really hard to win that many games, that many maps in a row. It's in a really unfortunate situation here, but regardless of that fact, Fourth Impact come in here, very much make their impact, and no one here going to be able to round this up in 3-0 fashion, take away that title. But Alternate Crusaders, absolutely nothing to be ashamed about here. They managed to beat Clutch back in that losers finals to get themselves here in the scenario second place. Not bad at all in the sled, especially when it was such an uphill climb going into their opponents.
Exactly, and, you know, like you said, ultimately, that's the best you could do if you were Alternate Crusaders. You come away with it, but then Fourth Impact, you know, they absolutely crushed it here. You know, GOATS, it's one of those older meta games, but the reason it's still so beloved is remembered we get to host tournaments like this is because the players like this, you know, they still have those mechanical skills hidden deep underneath, you know, not able to flex them all the time as this comp was so unique. But, you know, just overall, Fourth Impact looked amazing out there, and I'm sure they're very, very happy with their win.
Yeah, you absolutely have to in that scenario. So again, big congratulations here today for Fourth Impact. Now, beyond that, this is it for the Ghost Tournament, but not going done with our content for the day because we're going to cut it to another break. And when we come back, we will have an interview from one of the members of Fourth Impact. So stick around. It's going to be a good one. So we'll see you on the other side of that break. Welcome back, everybody, from the break here. We just finished up here with a grand finals win here for 4th Impact, taking a nice 3-0 victory over Alternate Crusaders here, finishing out the tournament strong. And joining us from the side of 4th Impact is going to be Evie. Evie, first of all, congratulations on a massive win here today.
Thank you. I'm super excited about it.
Yeah, it definitely is, and trust me, we're asked plenty about it. But first and foremost, gotta ask. Obviously, at the end of the day, not everybody wants to come in and play in a GOATS tournament. So, just in your perspective, what was it like, kind of seeing the tournament, and kind of like what was the expectations, kind of going into the tournament these last couple of weekends?
I think going into the tournament, I got a DM from Ronan saying, "Hey, I want to win this. You're in." I'm like, "Oh, all right, I'm in. All right, I'm down." I'm a big Reinhardt fan. That's my main guy. I don't get to play him much like nowadays, but like in GOATS, they're the must pick, as well as they have like a lot of impact. So I was very excited to play, and we were just trying to win as much as we could. Hopefully the whole tournament, which we succeeded in, which I'm happy about. So that was sort of our expectations coming in and how we got here.
Okay, makes sense. Being tapped on the shoulder, just by people knowing that. And you did more than just win, right?
Hey, we cannot hear you at the moment. I do not think. I think we cannot hear you on Discord at this moment. It's an unfortunate situation. We'll get that figured out real quick. It do be life. It is hard to live in the 2D space and have a perfect.
I completely understand. As a JPEG on the internet myself, I completely get it.
I don't understand how it broke.
Give a moment for Make a Last to do that. I'll bring up a little fun fact, actually. I kept mentioning it throughout the stream, but I don't know if y'all realized, but y'all actually went through that, and you guys had a golden tournament. You guys didn't drop a single map throughout all that. First of all, did you know that?
Yeah, we thought about it when we were sitting in Winterside finals, but I don't think we thought about it after grand finals. We did 3-0 that. Oh, good for us.
Yeah, you do that. I don't know. I just kind of had the thought. I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
that happened. I was like, is that actually gonna happen? But either way, yeah. I mean, it's not something you see every day. We don't really see that in like the regular season tournaments, even for that matter. So either way, looks like Mikolas might be back ready to go. So I'm gonna hand it back off to you here to keep this going.
Yeah. And as soon as I just watched it try to flicker. Yeah, Discord is doing a little bit of trolling, but it's fine. I completely lost my train of thought because I was going to talk about how you guys went, undefeated on every single map, but I guess that's out the window now. Thanks. I appreciate that. I mean, overall, like, in terms of GOATS, right, it's a meta that doesn't exist anymore. So when these tournaments come up and things like that, what if you could give yourself or any other players a tip about GOATS to help them maybe improve for other tournaments like this, or just maybe in a 6v6 world in general, if that's where Overwatch goes back to, what is one tip you would hand out to them?
All right, for all my Rhyme players out there, if you're above the age of 21, take a shot before each game. I promise it helps. And it's fun. The more fun you're having in GOATS, the more you're able to get in there and like just start swinging your hammer around, the better time you're going to have. Of course, you still got to be able to block your shatters, but that'd be my tip for the Rhyme players. But in general, for the actual like real tip, VOD, look at what SF Shock did, how they played, exactly what made them so good. You'll see like our Lijiang, we tend to go main instead of fighting a white room like most of the teams. It's because we're able to bait them into open space and play for our Zarya angles like a ton. And it's really strong to develop in mid-fight from that position. So just VOD, figure out why things were the way they were way back when and apply them now. And for 6v6, get good micro. Grind Kovacs. You're going to need to win your lane.
Oh my goodness, I love to hear that. Your note kind of thought me back to a time where I had a coach last year, which very much did give the tip to me and some of us, like, hey, before you get out of the game, just take a shot, take the nerves away, Perfect. That's a good idea right there. Very much came
a lot of fun.
I mean, absolutely. But obviously, Goats is done and taken care of. So either for maybe some people you're playing with, or you for you personally, I mean, what are the plans for 2025 in terms of you trying to compete more, trying to keep trying to gain more titles like you have here today?
I imagine anytime like a GOATS tournament comes up, if there's no major conflictions with like other things like OWCS or big tournaments that I want to compete in, I'll always come around for a GOATS tournament. It might be with like a friend team, might be with like a serious team who wants to win. I'll always come around for GOATS, try to pick up as many titles as I can. Hopefully, I'll eventually I'll be able to like be known as like one of the better Rhines around. At least that's a goal. I think that'd be nice. Since I like Reinhardt a lot, as I mentioned earlier, and I wanna get good at it. But generally, if there's any other GOATS tournament coming around, or if there's anything else competing or to compete in, I'll probably be trying to play in it. That's sort of what my 2025 looks. I don't know if the team that I just played with, our fourth Impact, is going to stick around. We probably are. This is sort of like a branch off of like the OWC, well, not OWCS team, but like Path to Pro. What do you even call it nowadays? I don't even know.
That's a great question. I would just call it competitive Overwatch to this point.
Yeah.
I don't know how you really break that down outside of tiers.
That's sort of like a lot of the people from the team Supernova. It used to be Impact, which I was on that one, and then they sort of like brought me back for the GOATs because they knew I was a Rhine player. But that's sort of the plans for 2025. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a good year. Hopefully 66 comes back. I'm a big 66 fan.
Yeah. 2585. Gonna see if that's gonna be the case, but obviously we want to let you be able to go celebrate with the squad. But before we send you away, if there's anything you want to say personally, if there's anybody you want to thank, anything to like, we're gonna open up the floor for you to be able to do so. So you are free to take it away from here.
Shout out Ronan. That guy's a goat. They organize everything. They're the one who like gets everyone in VC and like, yo, let's VOD, or yo, let's scrim, like over and over and over when other people got like things going on and they got their own things going on still. But they still manage to like make sure that we're able to put in the work to win. And it's all about the process to get the end result that you want. And they're the one who sort of leads that through the whole show. So shout out Ronan. I think they're a good player, good guy. And shout out Neptune from Neptune's retirement. Was it retirement home?
Yeah,
nursing
it was
home.
Nursing home. Yeah.
That shit was sorry. That was scary to play into. I didn't like getting booped around. I didn't like getting like thrown around like a 3-point basketball all the time. That did not make me happy. But they played that really well. Their macro was really good, and they were able to find a lot of solo carry potential on Lucio. So I think shout out them, shout out Ronan. Good players.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Love to see it at the end of the day, but of course we are genuinely going to send you on your way now. So one last time, congratulations for yourself and for Fourth Impact on a big win, and I mean, best luck with the remainder, or more so the entirety of your 2025.
Thank you so much. Good luck to you as well. I hope CGL is doing well. I hope you guys are going to do well as casters. 2025 is going to be a good year.
I can only hope so. But either way, enjoy your night. Congratulations once more.
Thank you so much. All right, bye. Have a good day.
You as well. Well, there you have it. There you are, Mega Last. That's despite the 3-0s we experienced today. To be fair, to see a team have such domination come in and be able to do so confidently, I mean, sometimes you can't ask for anything more.
Yeah, no, I mean, they came in, they got the job done. Like, that pretty much was it. They played a total, what, if you look across the bracket, I'm trying to do quick math here. It's probably not the best idea. 9. So they played 12 maps total across their entire thing. They played 12 maps, whereas alternate Crusaders had to play 8 series minimum. I would do the math on their maps, but I'm too lazy to do that very quickly. But yeah, it's just absolutely crazy the run that Fourth Impact had here.
I mean, it is absolutely insane. You physically have to play more games, and with that, you have to play more games within that first and second day. It's insane to pull that off. So, Alternate Crusaders 100% should be proud of what they're able to perform here today. But Fourth Impact came in, had the confidence, made it happen, had the golden tournament to tap it all off. And now, Megalast is one of those scenarios where GOATS is now, it's done. You know what? Makes me a little sad. It's nice to have GOATS around every 6 months and be able to make something happen. But Megalast, we said it earlier, but we got to say it again because it's so important that we have this and that we get to do this. But got a couple more things still coming around the corner. Megalast, we have Kunoichi Rising Championship happening later on here in January the 25th and the 26th here. Should be a fantastic time. I've had so much amazing teams and talent go through this year. We'll have amazing opportunity to show it off here in the championship. And then, of course, we got ourselves going into season 15 of CGL. Got plenty to go, including the introduction of the South America region. Gonna have their own bracket to work with throughout the entirety of season 15. So Megalast, it's gonna be a fantastic time. And the fact that we get to see so much amazing Overwatch over the course of the next 5 months, it is an absolute blessing.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. It's great when you have all these tournaments and stuff going on because it allows anybody who wants to participate. I mean, heck, they're allowing me into the Rising tournament somehow. I don't know why I'm there. I suck, but hey.
Former champion, Megalast. You're a former Rising champion. Come on now.
Listen. All I'm saying is I'm clip farming. But speaking of things that can be clipped, the GOATS action technically isn't over. As South America, their GOATS tournament, it's still going on. It's still happening. So we're going to send you over there, a nice little raid. You can show the South American broadcast some love here because guess what? They're getting integrated into CGL, so you got to get that. You got to get them up to the scene. You got to let them know Eddie and everything that's happening here. So, give them a nice warm welcome to everything.
Yeah, 100%. You can either head over there to CGL 2, or like Megalast said, you can just wait here, and we'll send you over personally. It's currently 2-1 right now, so very much could go on for a couple of more maps. But as for us here in CGL 1, the NA region, it's going to do it for now. Thank y'all very much. We hope to see you over in the South America CGL on CGL 2, and if not, we hope you come around for Kunoichi later on near the end of the month. But for the time being, been Hunter Tane. This has been Megalast. Thank you all very much for joining us. We will catch you all next time.
Memories